I've lived in a 130-year-old house for about 6 years now. I live on the ground floor. I've become used to the creaks and groans of the house, including the basement water pipe that makes distant thinking noises at night. I've never truly felt spooked until last night. I was up until 2 a.m. in bed and put my lap desk with pens, pencil and papers on the floor when I was ready to pass out. I woke up with a start at about 3:30 a.m. to the sound of a heavy marble being rolled around on the floor, about an arm's length away from me in the bed. It sounded like a pencil being rolled around, or the end of a plug being pressed onto the floor and pushed around. It was loud because it woke me up, and even after I lay there wide awake with my eyes open, the sound didn't stop. I know what mice sound like. Unfortunately, I've dealt with them in the house in the past. They sounded nothing like that. The sound kept up for at least a minute before I got the courage to flick the bedside light on. The second I did that, the sound immediately stopped. I was expecting to see a squirrel or something there to explain the noise, but my cords were all plugged in, and my papers and pens still lay on the portable desk on the floor. I don't know why, but this really shook me. I sat for a while with the lights on until I calmed down. Eventually, I turned off all the lights and tried to relax. 15 minutes later, the sound started again out of nowhere. This consistent rolling of a hard object on the floor, not intermittent. The room wasn't entirely dark, but when I tried to spot a small animal on the floor, nothing was moving or out of place. Again, the noise stopped immediately when I turned the light on. No scuttling, rustling, the noises I associate with spotting a mouse in the house. The whole thing felt really unsettling, but not threatening. I've never been woken up by something that loud that was coming from just beside my bed. My windows were also closed. It really felt like something was trying to wake me up. I'm sure there's a logical explanation, but keep in mind, this was coming from above the floorboards, not below. So I understand this may seem pretty far-fetched. Believe me, I think so too. However, ever since I was younger, I had a strong connection to ghosts and spirits, whatever you want to say. I would know things I had no way of knowing. For example, my estranged grandfather's favourite shirt and pants, who died long before I was born. Now, it comes and goes. Every couple of months, I seem to get a flare-up of activity. It's usually small things, like waking up at 4:10 every morning on the dot. Gentle, not malicious in any way. I don't get that feeling at all. Tugs on my leg when I'm in bed. Footsteps around me. Things being moved around. Things knocked off shelves. Never breakable, however, and usually things I can't find in the moment. The works. Another interesting part is that I always smell eucalyptus when something like this occurs. Yet I don't have any eucalyptus in my house, as it gives me headaches if I'm around it too long. I can even ask for things I've lost. Given. They need to be small, but they'll show up on my desk the next morning. I've had pens I've been looking for months show up. Thumb drives, just mundane things. However, I recently had been worrying about money. I don't have a full-time job right now due to school. Tonight, I was tidying up my room, as I was getting a bit dirty. I'll keep all my money stored in a few safe, secure places, mind you, and never put it anywhere else. The only time I do is small bills like singles or fives. I had left my room to go get something to snack on for a moment, and when I came back to my bedroom, sitting on my bed was a sketchbook I hadn't touched in months. I put the sketchbook in a box for safekeeping while my home was having some minor renovations, and I didn't want to get paint on it. Keep in mind, I don't leave anything higher than a $5 bill in weird places. Everything goes to safe spots the second I get home. I was curious as to why my old sketchbook was put out, just thinking it was a nice gesture or so, like a hey look what I found that you forgot about sort of thing. It sounds insane, but I can't explain it. So of course, I wanted to open it. One thing about this sketchbook is that it has a leather strap to wrap around it, and it had a special way of knotting it so the leather doesn't get too damaged. The knot was exactly how it's supposed to be. When I opened it, the protective flap over the paper became visible, and on top of the protector were 3 $20 bills. Crisp. I also have an unusual way of keeping my money together, a certain folded pattern. I've been doing it for years. The 3 bills were put in a neat, folded way, but not how I would wrap them. I debated asking if one of my family members might have done it, but when I looked at the box my sketchbook was originally in, the dust had not been disturbed, and another box was still on top of it. No one could have walked by me in the kitchen to my room without me noticing either. I had also flipped through that sketchbook the day I put it in the box as a one last look type of deal, and I guarantee you there was no money. If there was, I would have put it in my safe spots, and where it was I would have seen it. I want to say it was probably just myself, but I don't put 20s in random places, nor do I fold my bills the way they were. Either way, I just wanted to share the cool little experience, maybe try to figure out who this is in the future. Just a good-natured spirit in my opinion. My family and I live in a brand new home. New construction, no previous owners, no Indian burial grounds, no spooky history whatsoever. Just basic, boring, cookie-cutter type construction. So this morning, my daughter and I woke up as usual. She's been cranky because we're all sick. I'm cuddling with her and we're just sitting in the bed when the peripheral of my left eye catches a figure walking through our bedroom toward the shower area. There's a wall that separates these spaces, so I lose track of the figure when they walk behind the wall. I thought it was my husband, as it generally had the same body type and seemed to be wearing a white t-shirt and khaki-coloured shorts. A typical outfit combo my husband likes to sport. It seems odd, but not a big deal, until I call out to him. After a few seconds, my husband pops in through the main bedroom door, the complete opposite of the shower area where I saw the figure walk. He's not in any way wearing the same outfit as the spirit I saw, and he claims he never came in the room once. He spent all morning downstairs. I wasn't hazy or sleepy, no crusties in the eyes or faulty carbon monoxide detectors. I was wide awake and I know what I saw. Nobody else seemed to see it. I didn't feel scared or threatened by the entity, but noticed it in the same general way you would notice a person walking past you in a public place. As some background, I have an ancestral altar set up in what I consider the heart of the house. It's a large space atop a linen cabinet, top floor, central to all rooms and hallways. It's not in the main bedroom where my daughter and I were, but a few places down the hall. I keep it quite active. I tend to it with offerings, candles, and the occasional benevolent spell work. I've been practicing brujeria, Mexican folk magic, for a few years, and have seen quite a bit of success in the outcomes of my work. Nothing major, but just good results and answers to my prayers. Call it what you will, but it works for me. My house is cleansed and I don't practice any sort of mediumship, but I do consider the altar to be one of the most sacred and special parts of the house, because it has pictures of all our ancestors in their glory. Even my young daughter has seen lovely things flying around it. She's a kid, so I don't expect her to be full of details, but she's never shown any fear of space. So what gives? Does an active altar invite curious spirits? Maybe just someone passing through? The answers might seem glaringly obvious, but just wanted to see if anyone had any similar experiences. I would never go back to babysitting again. This incident happened to me when I was in university. I was supposed to babysit my niece that day because her parents planned for a business dinner with their work colleagues. They told me they would be back late, and one of them would send me back home the next day. I agreed to babysit my niece without any doubts that day. When I arrived at their house, I was given a list of things to do for that day with my niece. My niece was about 12 at that time, so I didn't have any issues with her helping me out with some house chores that day. We started off by drying their clothes in the garden, and she started narrating her school stories to me. We were having so much fun together that we decided to have a break and make some Oreo milkshakes that she had just learned from YouTube that day. As we were making the milkshake, I noticed how my niece talked a lot about a girl named Sarah O'Neill from her class. Based on my niece's narration about Sarah, I thought she was a lovely girl. Then, I suddenly stopped and looked at her in shock when she said Sarah was with her now, and would come out only at night. At first, I thought my niece was joking and quickly brushed off my doubts about Sarah. We continued making the milkshakes, and my niece continued with the stories. Curiosity got me asking about Sarah, and I noticed my niece's facial reaction changed suddenly. "What happened there? Are you okay?" I asked my niece as I looked at her. She just nodded her head in silence and continued to drink her milkshake quickly. She turned up from her drink and said, "She doesn't like you." My heart stopped a bit hearing my niece utter such words to me, as if Sarah was there with my niece in the kitchen. I tried to calm myself down and asked her once more about Sarah. "This Sarah that you're talking about, what does she look like?" I gathered my courage to ask my niece one last time. "She has pretty blonde hair and about my height." My niece casually described her as she continued drinking a milkshake. So I took a deep breath and smiled at her. I thought my niece was pulling my leg when she told me that Sarah lives with her and plays with her during the night. We managed to finish our milkshakes and quickly continued with our given house chores. We did some cleaning, put the clothes in for washing, and lastly, some dusting. My niece and I were very exhausted after completing the house chores, so we decided to watch a movie just before heading to bed that night. I told my niece to choose the movie as I wanted to make some hot drinks for her and myself. I came back with the hot drinks in my hand and realised she had already chosen the movie from Netflix and was waiting for me. "Sarah likes this movie. She told me to choose this movie, but she also said if you don't like it, you can change," my niece said as she sat comfortably on the couch. Again, I could feel a knot in my stomach and my heart was beating fast upon hearing my niece utter Sarah's name casually. "Where is this Sarah? Can I see her?" I played along with my niece. "I told you, she'll only come out at night. Now she's sleeping." My niece didn't even flinch a little. "Now is night, sweetheart, so where is Sarah?" I pushed my luck again with my niece. My niece smiled at me suddenly and said, "She's right behind you." I quickly turned around and saw nothing behind me. My heart was thumping hard in my chest as I looked back at my niece. "There's no one there, honey," I managed to speak up. "She says she doesn't like you, and she wants you to go home now," my niece uttered as she looked behind me. "Okay, time for bed now," I said as I ushered her upstairs to her room. My niece shares her room with her parents in the main room, so they have a huge bed that would be shared by her parents and her three sisters, who have gone for their school camp that day. I put my niece to bed that night, and my niece suddenly asked me if she would play hide and seek before bed. "No, it's late, and you should go to bed now." My voice was stern as I turned her down. That's when my niece looked at me with piercing eyes that scared me. I backed up a little as I noticed how stiff she was, looking at me without any words uttered or any body movements. "I told you to go home. Go home now." My niece growled in another voice at me. Her voice was much deeper and scarier than when she yelled at me to go home. I quickly got down from the bed and rushed to my handbag for my phone. My niece was still sitting on her bed, but she was chanting something under her breath in a gibberish language. Her body swayed back and forth as she mumbled those words under her breath. I reached for my phone fast and called her parents. I narrated the whole story to them and told them to come back as soon as possible. I was worried if this problem didn't be solved immediately, it might get out of hand. Then I heard laughing and giggling all of a sudden in the room, which made me turn around in nervousness. My niece was talking to someone, laughing and giggling as if there was someone with her on the bed. I watched her laugh and talk alone in horror as I waited for her parents to arrive that night. Her parents came back that night and asked me what happened again. I told them everything. I told them about Sarah O'Neill and that she would only come out at night to play with their daughter. Without any hesitation, her parents immediately called for a priest from a nearby church. I wondered how they were rooted to the ground with fear when I uttered Sarah's name. "Sarah O'Neill recently died in a car crash 2 weeks back," my sister-in-law explained as her voice broke. Have you heard about the Japanese servant girl who lost a precious plate, died a terrible death, and returned as a vengeful ghost? Well, I wouldn't say she lost one of the plates, but I would agree that she died a horrible death. After reading her story, I understand why she came back as a vengeful ghost to haunt her master who did her wrong. Let's know what happened to Okiku. Okiku was a dishwashing servant working in the Himeji Castle, located in the Hyogo Prefecture of Japan. She's a beautiful woman who caught the eye of her master's retainer, a samurai named Ayama. He tried many times to seduce Okiku, but it was all in vain. Okiku rejected Ayama multiple times, but Ayama never failed to trick her into becoming his mistress. Then one day, Ayama had a criminal idea to trick Okiku into becoming his mistress. So he hid one of the plates from the set of 10 plates and called for Okiku and demanded the missing plate. Okiku panicked and was frightened because she could be punished to death if she was caught. Okiku started counting the plates. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. She counted and recounted the plates, but no matter how many times she counted them, one was missing. Okiku was distraught, but Ayama told her if she accepted him as a lover, he would overlook her mistake. Between wanting to take the punishment and being a mistress, Okiku rather takes the punishment. She rejected Ayama once again, and this time he was furious with Okiku. Ayama ordered the servants to drag Okiku out of the castle and beat her up to pulp with a wooden sword. Okiku was tied up, and Ayama suspended her into the castle, well, just to have her pulled out again and beaten to death by Ayama herself. He dunked her repeatedly into the well and tortured her till she gasped for air badly. So before killing Okiku, Ayama asked Okiku one last time to accept him as her lover, but Okiku refused again. Ayama struck his sword violently at her and dropped her body in the castle well. To be honest here, what do they do for lust and love? Not that Ayama is a good person and he deserved Okiku. Night after night went by when Okiku's spirit came back from the well to haunt her master. She would head inside the master's house and start to count the plates. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. After the 9th dish, she would let out a blood-curdling scream which tormented Ayama for days. She would rob Ayama's rest every night with her screams, and those who heard her screams would fall sick, and those unfortunate ones would die. Hence, the lord of the castle decided to put an end to these hauntings and called on a priest to perform an exorcism on her spirit. The priest waited in the garden all night long as he chanted sutras. As usual, Okiku's spirit appeared from the well and again started counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And before Okiku could let out her blood-curdling scream, the priest yelled 10. Okiku's spirit felt relieved that someone had found the 10th plate, and she never haunted Ayoma or the castle again. I feel there's more to this haunting. I could find more on these hauntings, but I have a few questions though. So Okiku did not want to know who found the missing plates? What about the torture she experienced before she died? Why did she leave Ayama alive, knowing she was beaten to death by Ayama? Have you guys ever seen burial grounds in the middle of the forest? Have you wondered what a burial ground is doing there? What happened in the forest to have a burial ground in the middle of the forest? So this incident happened during my university days, just before graduation. So I had to sign up for a camping retreat held by my university. Since I thought I would be with my friend for the camping session, I thought it wasn't a bad idea after all. So I met with her and the rest of them with my luggage bag back at our university after our classes that evening. The camping trip was a 3-day retreat, and we hoped that we would have fun during the camping session. We waited for the bus in front of our university, and the person in charge of this camping retreat took our names before entering the bus. Everything went smoothly till we reached the campsite, which was a real forest site. There were some lodges nearby, and we checked in one of the lodges opposite the forest. The place was hilly, so the chilly fog covered our visions of the mountains in front of us. Our cheeks were red due to the chilly air that pierced our cheeks. My friend and I shared a room and we were excited about it. Once we got up to our rooms, I was pretty disappointed by the room condition. There was a chair in the middle of the bathroom, and we were told not to move the chair no matter what happens. Besides that, to make it worse for us, our bed was sandy and damp. There were some cigarette butts found behind the curtains by the window that were facing the mountains. The only good thing we found was the view from our room, which was the majestic mountains and the tall trees that make up the forest. Luckily for us, we decided to bring sleeping bags and used that for that night. I told my friend that I could tell one of the housekeeping staff to clean our room the next day. We slept peacefully that night, and little did we know that we wouldn't be getting any more peaceful nights after that night. The next morning, I got up early to tell one of the lodge staff about our room's condition. They agreed to clean our room while we were out for our first activity. Our day started in the forest, and the morning sun was glaring at our faces without any mercy. We were given the task of jungle trekking that morning, and I thought that it would be fun since my crush, Damon Blake, was in my group. So we started exploring the forest and made sure that each of us followed the trail set by the person in charge. I made sure I didn't make a fool of myself in front of Damon during our jungle trekking session. I was the last person behind in my group to follow them into the forest. My groupmates were a little far from me. Suddenly, I heard someone calling out my name. The voice sounded like my friend's, and I wondered why she was calling out for me. I thought she had lost her way, and I wanted to help her. Thus, I tried to call out to my groupmates and Damon, but they couldn't hear me. I sighed and started to follow my friend's voice and had to detour from the trail. So I broke off from my groupmates and was heading towards the voice. Then, I felt a chill, cold air brush behind me, and a hand landed on my shoulder. Thank God, it was just Damon who pulled me back. He asked me what happened and why I broke off from the group. I told him that I heard my friend calling my name, and I wanted to help her get back to the trail. He took a step back from me, and I could see that he was surprised by my reply. After a while, he explained that I froze a while back and didn't reply to any of my groupmates or him when they asked me where I was going. In confusion, I told Damon that they didn't ask me anything, but instead I called out for them to tell them about the voice I heard, but they didn't seem to respond. Immediately, Damon understood that something odd was about to happen, and before he could snap back to reality, I realised that we were standing on a burial ground. What's a burial ground doing in the middle of the forest? With my quick thinking, I grabbed Damon's hand and pulled him away from the burial ground, telling him not to look back. I could feel his hands shaking in fear, like a leaf, but he quietly followed me from the back. We didn't speak about what I saw back on the burial ground till we got back to our lodge that evening. Slowly, Damon asked me what happened back in the forest that made me afraid. I told him that I saw my friend standing on the burial ground and calling me to her. She seemed sad and desperate, wanting me to follow and to be with her. Damon tried to explain that maybe it was really my friend, but I strongly denied it. I explained that my friend had food poisoning that morning and didn't join the rest of us on the jungle trekking session. I knew this because I told her to take a rest in our room and told the person in charge about her condition. Damon was shocked to hear that I might have seen a spirit on the burial ground in the middle of the forest. Later that night, I couldn't sleep at all, even with the lights on in my room, thinking about the creepy incident. I didn't want to freak out my friend, so I didn't tell her anything that happened. The next morning, when my friend woke up, she asked me if I had fun during the jungle trekking, and I told her since Damon was there, I had fun. She then asked me if I found any burial ground in the middle of the forest while we explored the jungle. I was taken aback, and I had goosebumps when I heard my friend ask me about the burial ground. I asked her how she knew about the burial ground, and she narrated the dream that she had while she slept in our room due to food poisoning. She narrated the exact time, spot, and how I reacted to seeing her in her dream. I told her that her dream was real, and I found the burial ground and saw her calling me to be with her. My friend froze with a shiver, ran down her spine immediately when she heard this from me. Now that we know that an odd and mysterious event has started to occur, we realised that we had to endure another day of our camping session. We do not know what else is in store for us, but we hoped that we'd come back home in one piece safely. My house was built in 1904. It's a single family home with a wood frame setting on a concrete block foundation. I've been living here for about 12 years. Of all the weird things that my siblings and I have seen or heard in this house, this one event is my favourite. This happened to my brother. About 10 years ago, my brother and his best friend had started a garage band playing mostly Spanish rock, alternative music but in Spanish. His friends could only get together on Sunday afternoons. They would practice into the early evening, and they would usually call it quits by 8 p.m. This was the time I usually showed up and went to bed, because I worked the graveyard shift. This happened in late fall, so the days were getting shorter. They had just finished a long session when the decision to head to someone else's house came about. My brother handed his car keys to his buddy so they could load up the equipment. Everyone had filed out of the basement, but the tricky part was that they needed to walk to the back of the basement, up the back stairs, through the kitchen doorway, and down the hall into a living room, and out onto the front porch. Everyone was outside, sitting in my brother's truck, waiting for him. My brother was walking up the back stairs when he remembered that he had left his pancakes in a to-go container sitting on a speaker in the basement. He decided to go back. Now, the basement is not clean. With full sight lines, there have been partitions made, and the boiler and main heating unit are right smack in the middle. So after my brother walks back, he's about to retrieve his food container, when out of the corner of his eye, he sees it. It's a shadowy figure right in his peripheral vision. This feeling of dread and uneasiness washed over my brother. We had been taught that if you're in the presence of a spiritual ghost and you felt a bad vibe, just say a quick prayer or cuss at it. My brother chose the latter. He just told it, "Hey, fuck you. I don't have time for this shit." My brother started to walk to the back of the basement and briskly up the stairs, closing doors and turning off lights as he was walking out. The last light switch is on the opposite side of the front door. Luckily the door was open, and the light from the street lamp was flooding the living room with its amber light. My brother said he felt something at its back, but at no point did he turn around. As he flicked the last switch, the living room went dark, as did the rest of the house. As he stepped out, he pulled on the door, closing it behind him, still holding his food container in one hand. He jogged down the porch steps. He walked towards the front gate. Our house resides far from the main street, essentially having a large front yard but no rear garage. As he closed the gap between himself and his friend laden truck, he kind of smiled and thought things over in his head, mad at himself for spooking out when there was no reason. He climbed into the driver's side of the truck, putting on his seatbelt and getting ready to pull out of the parking spot directly in front of the house, when one of his friends asked, "Hey, wait, what about your brother? Isn't he coming with us?" My brother answered, "What do you mean? He went to work early tonight. He's already gone. Do you see his car anywhere?" The next question they asked, "So then who was walking behind you when you were leaving the house?" So this happened to me when I was still schooling. I was studying for my final exams in my room when I heard something like a bird flapping against my room window. My mother used to tell me that our housing area is filled with paranormal things lingering around, because some of my neighbours are fond of taking care of those things. I know it may sound like nonsense to some of you, but I have experienced one myself and it's not a nice one. It was raining heavily that night during the weekends, and I was in my room revising my biology questions. My biology paper for my final exam was 2 days after the weekends, and I was stressed about completing the chapters on time. On a totally unrelated note, science subjects are not my cup of tea, and I always get a mark above the passing mark. Moving on, my room was chilly because of the rain, but I still wanted the air conditioner switched on in my room that day. My room was facing the back of my neighbours' houses, and there's a pathway in between the back of my house and theirs. Every night I would hear weird noises coming from the back of the neighbours' houses. I thought it was the cats in my housing area and wouldn't be bothered. That night, as I peacefully revised my work for my finals, I heard a faint scratching noise coming from my room window. I didn't pay attention to it, as I thought I was just stressed. Then I heard it again, and this time it was much louder. I stopped my work and looked at my room window. I'm a little paranoid if my room windows are not locked or have any curtains on them. So I stared at the curtains but didn't dare move from the study table. I panicked when I heard a loud knocking on my room window. So I quickly got up from my chair and ran out of my room. I told my parents about the knocking on my window and the scratching too. My parents were skeptical about it and told me to go back to my room to continue my revision. They were more worried about my grades falling than my fear of going back to my room. They thought I was making some lame excuses to escape studying for my exams. Eventually, I went back to my room and gathered all my courage to continue my revision. It was almost midnight, and I thought I had revised much for the night. So I packed up my things and went to bed. I wanted my parents to know that there were knocks on my room window, so I recorded the night in my room. The next morning, I woke up and was eager to check out the recordings. And to my horror, I heard those knockings again on my window. I couldn't make out who was knocking because of my room curtain. I was thankful for my room curtain that blocked the vision whatever was knocking on my room window that night. I showed my parents the recording, and they believed me. I didn't hear the knocking again on my room window, but I kept hearing some weird and strange noises coming from the back of my neighbours' houses. Days passed, and I finished my final exams. My parents sat me down one evening and told me something that I shouldn't have heard. This was something I regret hearing from my parents because I couldn't sleep that night in peace. They told me that there was a playground behind my house, and at the end of the road along with my house, the neighbours have seen things lingering around. When my parents confronted one of my neighbours about my incident, they told my parents that the thing might be the one who came knocking on my room window. Till now, I do not know what that thing is and do not wish to see it. Whenever I hear those same knockings on my room window, I pretend that a bird is knocking its beak on my room window, but I know birds don't fly at night. I walked into my house porch and took out my keys to unlock the gate. I know that Sarah and Ashley have gone to work and will be back only at night. As I unlocked the gate, I realised something on the floor. I went forward to take a better look, and it was a piece of paper crumpled up like a ball. I opened the paper up and read what it said. It read the same words that I heard in the taxi that day. "You are not alone." My heart raced with fear and I looked around. Something was foul-smelling, and I smelt the paper and bingo, it was from the paper. It smelt like a corpse, so I quickly threw the paper in the drain as I smelt my hands. I had to wash my hands due to that smell, but that smell kept coming back though. I didn't pay much attention to this, as I had to take a bath and just rest my head a while before those two came back to ask me questions about yesterday and today. Suddenly, my phone rang and I was startled as I walked into the house. I answered it, and the same bad television signal came. The voice was barely heard, and I had to increase the volume on my phone. "Were you looking for a house to rent?" the voice answered me over the phone. "I did, but who is this first?" I asked. "Do you want to see that house now?" The voice ignored my question. "Well, I don't mind, but I would only come in after a few hours. Is that okay for you?" I asked. Little did I realise that the line was cut, and I kept talking over the phone till I saw the screen of my phone. I sighed hard and placed my phone on the kitchen counter as I took out my bag. I walked into the bathroom and changed into my bathrobe. I opened the tap in the tub and let it fill the tub with warm water. I immersed myself in the warm water in the tub and closed my eyes. I realised that I was dozing off in the tub, but I just let my eyes take a nap for a while. My mind started to play tricks on me when I saw myself in the same bathtub and someone was sitting in front of me. That person looked like she had long wet hair which covered her whole face, and I could sense that her eyes were staring at me as she slowly came closer to me. I started to feel uneasy and nervous, so I tried to wake myself up, but I couldn't move my body as I tried hard to get up from the bathtub and run. She came closer to my face and opened her mouth wildly while screaming her lungs out. That scream gave me goosebumps, and I know I had to get out of the tub fast. My heart was racing so fast hearing that eerie scream that I thought my heart might just stop beating. As soon as she went back to her position, I opened my eyes and realised that my whole body was in the water. If I was a little late at opening my eyes, I think I would have drowned and died that very instant. I gasped hard for air and I clumsily got out of the tub. I quickly took my bathrobe and tied it around me without even dyeing my hair. I had my hands on my chest as I was still gasping for air badly. As soon as I stabilised myself, I got up from the floor and looked at the mirror. I was startled at the writing on the mirror which said, "You are not alone," again. I wiped the mirror and saw my face. My eyes were red due to too much immersion in the water just now. My heart was still racing fast as I thought about the bizarre moment. The whole incident made it hard for me to even swallow my saliva properly. My hands were shivering out of fear, and I realised that I couldn't walk properly because my legs went weak. When I spoke with my housemates, she chuckled and told me that her experience is similar to the Insidious movie. However, I'm not claiming any copyright from this story or any part from the movie, as it is what happened for real to my housemate and her daughter. Jenna, not her real name, as she didn't want it to be revealed. She was my housemate for a year, and this is what she told me about her astral travelling daughter, Macy, not her real name. Macy was about 6 years old when she got her ability to astral travel. Jenna didn't know about Macy's full astral projection and kept dismissing her nightmares. She told Macy that it's common for a little girl, or bit, to have nightmares, but she shouldn't be afraid of it. The more she was afraid of it, the weaker she would become. It would be much easier for the bad energy to content her if she gave in to her fear. Macy heeded her mother's words one day and went to bed confidently. Jenna also went to bed that night after tucking her daughter into bed. The next morning, Jenna woke up and made breakfast for both of them. Macy had to get ready for preschool that morning, so Jenna quickly made breakfast and rushed to Macy's room to wake her up. She playfully called out to Macy to wake up, but Macy seemed stiff on her bed. Jenna thought Macy was faking being asleep because she didn't want to get ready for school that morning. She tried waking her daughter up several times, but it was in vain. She panicked and called for the doctor to check on Macy and her condition. Macy wasn't burning up or showing any signs of movement. The doctor came by and checked on Macy, claiming that she's in a coma, but convinced her that it could be a temporal coma stage since some have woken up within a day. The doctor told her that since Macy wasn't showing any sleep cycle, the only possibility is that she's in a coma. Since Jenna is a strong believer in Christ, she had no choice but to turn to the church she's been going to for years for help. Upon arriving at the church, she wanted to see the church father to explain to him what was going on with Macy. The church father knew her well, as he's one of her family friends too. When the church father knew what Jenna was trying to say about Macy and her coma, he gave Jenna a contact card. He told her that this person was the only person who could solve Jenna's case. Jenna was desperate to bring her daughter back to life, so she quickly contacted the number from the card and told them to take a look at her daughter. The person agreed immediately and dropped by her house that evening. According to Jenna, that person's name was Ruby, not her real name, and she was the whole package. Ruby could draw what she sees and sense any spirits present in any house effectively. Ruby checked all the rooms in Jenna's house that day, but she couldn't sense anything. Ruby had a sketchbook with her all the time when she did her checking. Then she entered Macy's room. That's when Ruby became frantic and started to draw what she saw and sensed in her room. Ruby couldn't control her emotions and her pencil broke in half when she finished her drawing. Jenna took the sketchbook from Ruby's hand and took a look at the drawing. She was taken aback by Ruby's drawing and kept looking at the corner of Macy's room. It's standing at the corner of the room. It's a Djinn, Ruby told Jenna as she gasped for air. As Ruby was explaining about Djinn and their doings, Jenna understood that in Egypt, the sleep paralysis monster is called the Djinn. Ruby goes on to explain to Jenna that it's a phenomenon during which a person feels the presence of a supernatural malevolent being that immobilizes the person as if sitting on their chest or the foot of their bed. Then, Jenna narrated her story to Ruby about Jenna started to narrate her story about what she knew about astral travelling, after Ruby told her that Macy was astral travelling and she was very good at it. It was years ago when Jenna's dad too experienced the same thing as a daughter. Jenna suspected that this ability was handed down to his granddaughter. Macy's grandfather was about 8 years old when he experienced, or to be precise, suffered night terrors. Jenna's mom told them that he was in pure fear, but no one believed him, just as Jenna did to Macy's nightmares. Jenna's mother recollects that a woman used to haunt him when he sleeps. When Jenna's father astral travelled in his sleep without knowing, he accidentally opened a portal for the dead and the living. At first, Jenna's father would see that old woman who looked like a witch with huge eyes and long fingernails on his windows. He thought he was dreaming because the next morning, he would vividly remember the dream and that woman in his window. Then slowly, she moved into photographs, which is the only way to prove her presence other than through mirrors. And each time Jenna's father was photographed, the old woman would be sitting next to him in the photos. So according to Jenna, the only way to bring Macy back to life again is that Ruby has to perform another astral travelling herself to bring Macy back. So she wore her equipment and got ready to be hypnotised. Ruby held Macy's hand and told them not to break the circle no matter what happened. Even though Jenna didn't believe that Ruby could bring back Macy's life, she had no choice but to have faith in Ruby. According to Jenna, Ruby was tense when she left her body, but held Macy's hand tightly. Ruby ordered someone in the room to write down what she saw, so Jenna volunteered. Jenna wrote down everything that Ruby told her as she was travelling to get Macy. So far, this would seem a little fictional, but this was all Jenna's experience. Jenna knew what Ruby was doing though, because in a notebook, Ruby kept her updated. Jenna wrote down things like dark spaces, scary images, loud screaming, yelling, prisons, and a misty black lake. I guess it was the Sanzu River. I'm not sure either. Anyway, moving on to Jenna's experience, there was a time limit to cross over to the afterlife. If Ruby has gone for too long, her body would be a vessel for the spirits who want to relive their life again on Earth. So Macy also cannot leave her body for too long. So Jenna started to call out for Macy and Ruby. She told them to follow her voice and not leave each other. Meanwhile, the parasite knew that Macy's spiritual body was about to come back to its vessel. It started acting violently by pushing Macy's bed over and letting out a shrill scream. Jenna's mother knew that it was the devil himself who manifested into this form to take over Macy's body. The whole house was a mess while they prayed and recited phrases from their Bible. Fortunately, Macy woke up and Ruby woke up a little while after that. Jenna was overwhelmed to see her daughter wake up from a deep sleep. That's what they call it now. Ruby told them that the only way to stop this parasite from getting what he wants is for Macy to suppress her ability. Ruby helped Macy to suppress her ability by hypnotising her. The family was warned not to talk about this incident to Macy, as she would find her ability to astral travel again. Jenna didn't give many details in her story, so with her permission, I had to use my imagination to make the story longer. Apart from that, her experience may seem like a story for some, but she narrated this incident with tears in her eyes. Macy is a healthy 11-year-old girl now, and the house was blessed. Besides that, Jenna and her daughter lived there for another 10 years now. Have you watched the Conjuring movie by James Wan? Have you ever wondered if the story was based on a true story? What about the house they lived in? So today, I'll be covering the chilling story of, as most of you may know, the house from the 2013 blockbuster The Conjuring. As we all know, the Conjuring movie begins with a rural farmhouse in Rhode Island. Be ready to get your mind blown, as that house has a more sinister agenda than it looks. In 1971, Roger and Caroline with their 5 daughters, Andrea, Christine, Cindy, and Nancy, moved into this farmhouse, which was also called the Old Arnold Estate in Rhode Island's suburbs. The house is a 14-room historic farmhouse on a 200-acre property. It's a perfect house for raising 5 kids and a perfect place for big families too. The eldest daughter, Andrea, had her own room, while the second and fourth daughters, April and Cindy, shared a room. The third and the youngest daughters, Christine and Nancy, shared another room beside their sisters. The house was perfect for them, as the kids had ample space to play, and the family was about to settle in that house comfortably. Everything seemed great for them in the house, but Caroline and Roger hadn't forgotten the final words of the owner of the house. He told them to look out for serial killers, some gruesome crime sprees, and to always leave the lights on at night. Although it seemed like it was just a friendly warning from the neighbourhood, Caroline and Roger couldn't take their mind off the man's cautious words from their head. It didn't take long for the family to experience the paranormal activities in the house. The family experienced the house creaking, doors slamming on their own, and they heard whispering when they slept. Caroline also noticed that things in the house went missing often. The broom in the house would start moving on its own from place to place. She would also hear metal scraping sounds from the kitchen when no one is in the kitchen. She often sees dirt on the floor of the house when she knows she would have swept the floor that day. A few minutes before the interview, Cindy, the third daughter, she said she would notice her toys would be moved and placed elsewhere. She wouldn't find them in the same spot where she left them, or would find them shoved under her bed. Obviously, being a curious kid, Cindy would go to her sisters and ask them, "Hey, did you touch my toys?" And they would reply to her, "Cindy, why would we mess with your toys?" No one talked about these occurrences since everyone thought they were pranking each other in the house, till Andrea, the eldest daughter, had her fair shares of disturbances too. As the eldest, she would be awoken by her sisters coming into her room and cuddling with her. They would sob and cry their heart out to her, telling her that they were afraid. Every year, Cindy would hear whispers at night in her room with April. Cindy said the voice inside the wall would say that there were 7 dead soldiers in this house, over and over again. They felt the house was alive with spirits, but they know that these spirits are harmless. They even befriended one of them by calling out to him. Cindy said that when they moved into the house for the first 2 months, there was a woman who used to kiss her every night. She thought it was her mom or her elder sister, Andrea, who kissed her in bed. She knew that it was either of them, since her mom smelled like ivory soap, and the woman who used to kiss her smelled like fruits and flowers. However, some spirits were dangerous, as once the family couldn't sleep at night, hearing a boy crying for his mother at exactly 5:15 a.m. Sometimes their beds would be lifted up by an unseen force, with a stink of rotting flesh, and there'd be apparitions too. Doors would be slamming shut by themselves when no one is upstairs. In another article that was published in August 1977, Caroline and Roger told them that they were awakened by another apparition by their bedside, just to see a head of an old woman hanging off to one side of the bed. They also heard a voice mumbling, get out, I'll drive you out with death." The family felt it was too much for them to understand and experience all of these paranormal incidences in their house. Thus, Caroline wanted to read about the history of that house, and she found out that the old Arnold estate was once owned by the same family for 8 generations. She also found out that the members of that family died without any explanations, or due to horrible circumstances, which included drowning in the nearby lake. There was unexplained suicide too among the members of the family. According to some news, the town's former records stated that the house was hosted 2 suicides, one by hanging on a branch of a tree outside the house, and another one by poison. Besides that, an 11-year-old child named Arnold was murdered alongside with 2 other drownings, and the passing of 4 men who froze to death. On the other hand, Arnold's passing claimed that her death was not in the house, but in Uxbridge, Massachusetts. The history of this old estate gets more and more interesting when records state that Arnold's death is due to a slit cut of a neck and the recurrence of one particular name, Bill Norton. Why I said the story gets more interesting is because Andrea, the eldest daughter, had his name specified in her journal. Some said that the name and the horrific death details from Andrea's journal helped with the reports of the hauntings. I mean, how would she have known Arnold's murder that happened long ago, before they even moved into the house? So from this day on, the story gets sticky. The family was forced to stay in the old Arnold estate house as they had spent most of their savings and they had nowhere to go to. As the benevolent spirits continued to haunt them, these spirits were slowly replaced by the most sinister, violent, and invisible spirits. Bathsheba Sherburne. That is the spirit's name, and she's been tormenting the family for a very long time. She was responsible for the glass shattering around the house, and is the main cause of some objects in the house flying across the room. There was this incident where Caroline was sitting in the living hall, and she felt a sharp pain in her leg. She looked down and realised her blood was flowing from her calf, and it was as if caused by a large needle. Many who heard this story said that whoever the spirit did not like Caroline in the house, because the spirit thought Caroline was the mistress of the house, and felt Caroline was a competition to it. I believe that the spirit is Bathsheba, who constantly tortured the family for 10 years in that same old farmhouse in Rhode Island. The torture was more emotional than physical, aside from Caroline getting stabbed in her leg. Caroline often felt like she was going insane with all these hauntings in the house, and also felt exhausted, making her heightened emotions even worse. Our old house was on a corner and had a side yard with a small deck that wrapped around the back instead of a backyard. The dining room had patio doors that led us out to the back, where we would have barbecues and other events. We had one desktop computer and one laptop for the family when I was about 14 years old. My brother and I would fight over the desktop, so I would write music on the laptop. My brother had a friend over one night, and they were downstairs doing whatever they were doing, while I was at the dining room table on the laptop. I wasn't paying attention to my surroundings because I was so focused on my writing. I was startled when I heard a knock on the patio door. I raised my head, expecting to see my brother or his friend. The basement had a door that led to the back deck as well. A person, couldn't tell sex or age, wearing a Halloween pig mask stood at the door waving. I mouthed, "Good one," and gave the person the finger, thinking it was my brother or his friend, and they walked away. I went downstairs to give them shit as soon as they left, and to my surprise and dismay, they were both sitting on the couch playing PlayStation. They swore it wasn't either of them, and there was no way one of them could have gotten downstairs and unmasked before getting to the couch. To this day, I have no idea who knocked and waved. For almost 10 years, I and a few other people in my family have had very extreme paranormal incidences and encounters that are too long to get into now. A lot of it is tied into a house that is demonically possessed, and possibly a deceased family member who was emotionally disturbed and dabbled too much into the occult. But last night, I had a very intense dream, and in it, this feminine demonic creature thing was over my grandfather in his sleep. I went to go fight and it screamed at me like a banshee, and I backed away for a second right before I woke up. This thing, like I said, felt very feminine, but to describe how it looked almost as if a large, roughly human-sized sheet of leather became sentient and started floating and moving and flying. It didn't have a solid, discernible form exactly either. It literally almost looked like a flying leather monster. It was so black, roughly around where its head might have been, that it was more black than black, if that makes any sense. But besides that, like I said, it just sort of looked like a flying leather monster. Plus, the horrible threatening scream. I've had other encounters in my sleep with evil paranormal entities at this point, and it's pretty much all connected to a certain house and a possible dead family member. But I'm just wondering what the hell that was. Was it actually a banshee? There's also a wolf that's been stalking around the house for a few months now that attacked our dog, and the dog passed away a few hours later, even though he didn't actually appear to be injured or have any scratches on him. Now the house is in Connecticut, but it's in the north where it's very condensely forested, so it's extremely uncommon but not unfathomable that a rogue wolf ended up there. I personally saw a mountain lion once there, and there was a fair share of black bears in the area. When I was around 15, maybe 16, I walked into my bedroom and left my curtains open. There's a patch of green right outside my house with a lamppost next to the path. Before I walked in, I had an urge not to open the door. My dad had told me to go to bed. As much as I was scared to open the door, I knew I'd be in trouble if I didn't. As I opened the door, I realised I'd left my curtains open and it was dark now. As I went to close my curtains, something caught my eye on the wall behind me. I didn't shut the curtains. I turned around and saw a shadow of a woman from her shoulders with curly hair on the wall. I had just been by the window and no one was out on the green or near the lamppost. I was on the second floor, so there's no way of being right outside the window. I walked out, shut my door, shouted at my dad, who must have seen and heard how scared I was. He came and looked at the wall. The shadow was still there. He checked outside the window and went white as he turned to look at me. He trembled and said quietly, "But there's no one there." He suddenly shouted at me that I was to stay in my sister's room, whose room was right next to mine and also had a window looking onto the green. She had no shadow. The next day, my dad brought a woman around and we were told to leave, and she looked at me concerned. As she was leaving, I heard her say she'll be safe for now, but I don't know what else is following her. Even 12 years later, this memory keeps me up at night. It's becoming more intense and it's affecting my sleep. I've had a few experiences throughout my life. Luckily, I've never actually seen one with my eyes, as I think I'd go white and faint if I did. But I've had audio and physical experiences. First story is from 12 or so years ago, when I was in middle school. I used to have sleepovers at my best friend's house often. Being the curious kids we were, we started using the Ouija board. I would move and answer questions, but I was never really sure if my friend was just doing it or not. We started lighting a candle and turning off the lights and closing the windows. We would start with, "If there's any spirits in this house, please sway the candle fire." And a few seconds later, a breeze would come through and sway the candle left and right. We would ask questions and say, "Sway the candle fire for yes," or "Keep it still for no." I don't remember what kind of questions we asked, but I'll always remember the moment when I said, "If you're real, make a sound." My friend had a drum set in his room, sitting to the right of us against the wall, perpendicular to the couch we were on. Right after I said to make a sound, the snare drum went do-do-do, super loud. I remember not being scared, but just thinking, wow, okay, well I got my answer. This stuff is real. I then asked again to make a quieter sound, and it knocked 3 times on the floor beneath the couch. I think we wrapped it up after that, and ever since then when I'd sleep over, late at night, a pen or something would get thrown across the room, and we'd be like, "Was that you?" And he had general haunting stuff happen, like the piano playing when no one else was home, and when laundry was finished, the washer and dryer door would open on its own, as if a ghost was being like, "Here you go, your clothes are done." Thinking back and as an adult now, I wish I would have asked so many more questions. I'm so curious. I wish I would have asked if it's true that ghosts are really spirits of the dead, or are you guys something entirely different that we have no idea about? Is heaven and hell real? Or do you have no idea? What exactly are you? Where do you come from? Are you immortal? Can you travel amongst the universe? Or are you bound to the grounds of the earth? Part of me wants to reconnect so I can try to ask those questions, but I know it's not worth risking myself to haunt. My dad was at work, so I was helping him clean up her bedroom. I then saw the stereo that my dad had bought for her. It was relatively brand new. 1 or 2 years old, hasn't been touched, dropped, or done anything where it damages it. Anyways, I went to plug it in to listen to some music while I cleaned, but I forgot it was switched off. I ended up turning the thing on. Then it turned itself off again. I thought it was a shorted wire, so I attempted to turn it on again, and it turned off again. I then decided to keep it plugged in, and somehow it was connecting me to a spirit or paranormal world or portal. Every time I said hello, the radio would turn on, say hello, and start playing music. When I said goodbye, the stereo said goodbye and shut itself off. I thought it was a glitch until I stopped the cleaning and went up to it. I said hello and goodbye multiple times. Every time I said hello, it would turn itself on, and when I said goodbye, it would turn itself off. One night I was sleeping, I woke up to something banging. My young kitten named Ozzy knocked a candle holder over. When I went to pick it up, I said, "Hello Ozzy, are you okay?" And right as I said hello to my kitty, the radio turned on with high volume, and yes, it was 3 a.m. I was so terrified. I decided to turn down the audio, so I left the stereo plugged in. I then saw something out of the corner of my eye, so I quickly scurried to my room, hid and locked my door. I then heard 3 knocks on my laundry doors. I quickly hid under my blankets, and then right next to me, I heard my dad yell, "Charles, where are you?" But my dad was at work. I thought to myself that I was probably hearing and seeing things, so I went to sleep under my blanket. I then woke up at 4:30 a.m. because I heard a banging at my door. I peeked outside to see who it was. No one was there. My dad worked overtime that night, so he had to go into work at 11 p.m. until 11 p.m. I thought I was just having a severe panic attack, but I rarely get those. Anyways, at 7 a.m. I went back to sleep. What I didn't know was that the radio kicked on again. I was sleeping, so when my dad came home at 11 a.m, he scolded me on why the radio was on. I explained everything to him, and he didn't believe me. The next thing I knew was I had a huge semi-deep scratch on my back. I told him that this happened late last night, and my dad was panicking. We decided to stay a few weeks more to see what was causing it. We had an EMF reader, and it was showing high amounts of EMF from the stereo. That morning, we opened the stereo and saw nothing wrong with the wires. The next night, my dad had to work, so I went to sleep. That night, I woke up to excruciating pain and burning sensations, so I immediately went to my bathroom and I saw more scratch marks. I then contacted my dad, saying that I was being attacked. My dad scurried home and saw more scratches on my back. We decided to toss the radio, and the next few nights I woke up with even more scratches. My dad was off of work for vacation, so I quickly ran into his room, woke him up, and told him that I had more scratch marks on my back. This time my back was so sore that I wanted to go to the hospital, which I did. The doctors gave me antibiotics and sent me home. With my back sore as heck, I've decided to sleep on my back. However, that was a horrible idea. A few days later, I developed a small gash in my chest. That's when I called my dad at work and said enough was enough. My dad still had his job. While he was working, I decided to stay up and watch good old Adult Swim on Channel 64. I heard knocking in the kitchen. It turns out that it was because my cat was rowdy and was being a butt, so I decided to shrug it off. I then heard someone say my name. I peeked around and saw a person that looked like Djinn, and I blinked, and while I blinked, they disappeared. When my dad came in at 6 a.m, I was happy to see him. I told him everything that day, and we both agreed to move from our old house to our new house. To this day, I still have panic attacks from what I've gone through. This was some creepy stuff, and I was glad to have survived that. It turned out that the next night, our old house burnt down. I guess me and my dad were lucky to escape before that happened. Thank God too, because I was all torn up. So let me preface this by saying that I've only had 2 real paranormal encounters. that made me put two and two together. First, when I was about a freshman in high school, my mum bought this really old Catholic Bible from a thrift shop as a decoration. In what was probably about a month that we had it, my mother tore her ACL, I had a subflux rib, my brother broke his finger and got a concussion, and my sister also got a concussion. All of these happened while we had the Bible in our house. My mum and I both have a spiritual discernment, and she felt an uneasiness about that book. My rib wound up being the indicator because it miraculously started to get better once my mom got rid of that Bible. My second encounter with anything paranormal was last summer, when I was in my college apartment with my girlfriend. When I got there, I felt a little off, but I just brushed it off. We were about to go to sleep when she suddenly started freaking out. She's repeatedly seen the Hat Man, a tall shadow man with a fedora or top hat, over her life, and that will relate again later. It's dark, but there's a little light pressing through the closed blinds from the street lamps in the parking lot. The way my room is laid out, there's a little shadow cast next to the door from my closet. She tells me that the Hat Man is standing in that shadowy corner, looking at her. I see nothing, and I tell her it's just her mind. We're both religious. I'm Baptist and she's Catholic. She asked me to say a prayer, so I do, and I kid you not. I see a tall figure darker than the rest of the shadow turn and walk out through my door. That's when I really started believing that this paranormal stuff is real. This made me start thinking that the room she lives in at her house might be cursed. My girlfriend is very prone to injury and has had 2 hip surgeries, a sinus surgery, broken her arm, has constant muscle pain, and battled severe anxiety and depression while in that room. She's always felt uneasy in that room her whole life and has seen the Hat Man on multiple occasions. When I stayed in that room, I also felt uneasy at night. Her mother had a medium come through the house and said the darkest energy in the house comes from my girlfriend's room and the attached bathroom. She also says that every time she sees the Hat Man, he's walking out of or away from her room, like he starts there and moves out. The thing that really makes me think that the room is cursed is that her family members have seen the Hat Man coming from my girlfriend's room too. Her younger sister lived in that room for a brief period, and in that time both saw the Hat Man and broke her tibia and fibula. Another thing I find odd is that her family has 4 dogs, and the one that sleeps in my girlfriend's room every night is the one that they have to take the vet the most. Seems a little too strange to be a coincidence. One part that I find weird is that her family built that house when she was very young, so it's not like a previous owner could have cursed it. It's also in a well-developed neighbourhood with houses fairly close together, so if the land is cursed, would the other houses have issues too? Also, why just that one room specifically, and why does it seem to be the Hat Man's origin spot? Anyone have any ideas on what to do? Or if my theory about the cursed room is correct? Sorry for all the questions, but I'm genuinely curious to see what other people think. In the original Star Trek series episode titled The Day of the Dove, synopsis: a malignant force that has existed since the beginning of time invades the Enterprise, causing chaos and bringing the crew to the brink of destruction. Under its influence, crew members clash with the Klingons until Kirk comes up with a surprising new solution. Those who study poltergeists should watch that episode. Study it. In my first book, The Bothell Hell House, Poltergeist of Washington State, I name a chapter after that episode. The resemblance and experience Tina and I encountered to that episode are just too uncanny. On the TV show, objects, for example weapons and other battle paraphernalia, appeared out of nowhere, conveniently in the path of both Kirk's crew and the Klingon captives. Definitely a form of apportioning. A similar event happened in the Bothell house. Around Tina or in her direct path, it was always women's jewellery that didn't belong to Tina. This brought about heated debates, and rightfully so. No woman wants to find another woman's jewellery in her home, let alone her bedroom. Let her alone on her bed or bathroom countertop, and sometimes shower room. For me, IT professional. It was the destruction of my electronic equipment. The destruction or theft, disappearance of, my sci-fi movie paraphernalia, for example cards, CDs, comic books, etc. What was left in its place? What items that belonged to Tina? Suggesting she was the one that took those collector's items. Here we are accusing each other of something we didn't do. It's during these heated debates and verbal exchanges that the poltergeist activity escalated. We're talking to extreme levels on the other side of the house. Spontaneous fires, larger objects thrown, blackouts, exploding light fixtures, furniture levitating and being thrown, power surges, exploding wall outlets, and yes, apparition appearances. Manipulation or orchestrated events are the words that come to my mind whenever I'm compelled to reminisce about the events from beginning to end, 2012 to 2016. Captain Kirk's solution to the poltergeist on the Enterprise? Lightheartedness. Did that work for us? Sometimes. 80% of the time. By the time things escalated in our house, the damage was already done. Massive physical damage and yes, emotional damage. My parents recently bought a farm last year in Australia and have been building a property on it for their retirement. It's right beside a national park and reasonably close to the next property over. The only thing that sucked is that we have no cell service besides the top paddock where they're building their house. Not too dodgy, right? Well, I'm a university student in my second year of nursing and frequently come up to the farm to help them out with their livestock and whatnot. At first, everything was fine. We had a small 2-bedroom cabin in the lower paddock that I stayed in every time I came up. My room had a large window that faced into the national park, and at nights when it was pitch black would freak me out a bit, but nothing serious. Sure, we had the usual noises of foxes and the livestock at night time, and nothing out of the ordinary. Things really ramped up when I had to stay up there alone to feed the livestock for a few days while my parents were back in the city. I went about the usual chores, feeding the sheep, keeping an eye on our lambs, and checking in at the building site to keep an eye on everything. I went into town to get some dinner at the local pub, and by the time I got home, it was roughly 10 p.m. I would usually take my car up to the top paddock at night to call my friends, check social media, etc. My car was lit up by my internal navigation system that's always on, which meant I couldn't really see outside the car besides from my headlights. I was midway through my social media scroll when I thought I saw something black flash across the paddocks where my headlights were facing. I drove my car in a quick circle to use my car's headlight as a massive torch and didn't see anything. No reflections of cattle's eyes like I usually do, or the usual fox or rabbit. I tried not to pay too much attention to it and went back to my social media scroll until I accidentally pressed my brakes, which allowed my brake lights to flood the paddock behind my car with an eerie red light. The same black flash that I saw through my windshield flickered out of the corner of my eye in the rearview mirror. Now I got suspicious. I turned off the music I was listening to and just sat for a second trying to assure myself I was just tired. After a few seconds of silence, I was relieved and was about to turn my car on to go back to my cabin. And that's when I heard what I can only describe as claws on my rear windshield. Tap, tap, scratch. I've never sped as fast as I did back to the cabin that night. That night, I couldn't shake the feeling of something watching me in the forest. You know that sort of tingling sense of something staring into the back of your head? After tossing and turning, I put a newspaper in front of my window that faces the woods until it was completely covered, and the feeling immediately went away. Sleep didn't come easy, safe to say. The following night, I chose to go to the top paddock while I was still reasonably light. All was reasonably peaceful, and I had all but forgotten last night's events. I was admiring the gorgeous pink sunset when I saw a flash of green in the sky travel for a split second and then disappear. Now listen, I'm not one for UFOs, but I know it wasn't a helicopter because it was light enough to see the sky and the stars weren't even up yet. I thought it was cool, so I called with one of my friends who's a massive skeptic about everything paranormal, and of course, She thought I was nuts and proceeded to give me shit for it. It started to get a bit dark for my liking, so I went back to the cabin to cook some dinner. All was fine until I went back to sleep, the newspaper from the night before still clinging to my window. I woke up around 2 a.m. to the sound of the sheep making a racket. I grabbed my dad's rifle, assuming it was another fox, and went to take a look on foot with my spotlight. Now usually, when you bring a very bright light and piss off the sheep who are already going nuts, you hear about it. Keyword being usually. I walked over to the paddock and started scanning with my spotlight and didn't see anything. The sheep were bleating like crazy, but none were injured or even remotely in a corner of the paddock huddled together, like they usually do when there's a fox. That was until they all went silent. One second they were so loud they echoed around the hills, and the next, it was dead silent. Now I was truly scared. I raised my rifle and started looking around, feeling like everything around me had its eyes on me. It was then as I heard a thump of something heavy being dropped on the ground. Heavy enough for me to feel the vibration in my feet. I booked it back to the cabin and locked everything behind me. I was pacing around, double-checking the doors and windows when I heard it. It sounded like humming, but distorted alongside footsteps. These footsteps weren't human, though. It was as if it was limping and then quickly recovering. Around the cabin and stopping at my bedroom window. I curled to the ground, gripping my rifle until my fingers were frozen in place. That was how I fell asleep that night. I left first thing in the morning without even looking to see if there were footsteps. Now, if anyone has any clue what's happening, what this thing is, or can tell me what I can do, please let me know. I haven't been able to go back to my parents' farm. I had cancer when I was 4 and 5 years old. Died quite a few times during a coma at a hospital that diagnosed me with AML. My mom would tell me sometimes I would say, I saw Grandma, after I was brought back to life, even though I was still in a coma. I talked about how my great-grandma is my guardian angel, how and when she passed, and I brought up how she shows up in my pictures and protects me from the ghosts that are attached to me. So this all started back in 2004. I was 4 when my mom, dad, grandma and grandpa noticed I had started showing signs of a cold that grew increasingly worse at an alarming rate. After several doctor's appointments a week, my mom finally snapped on the doctors and told them to do something rather than give me more medication for colds and flus that obviously weren't working at this point. So they decided to misdiagnose me with Kawasaki disease. Causes inflammation, swelling and redness in blood vessels throughout the body. After starting to treat me for this disease that I didn't have, I got worse and developed Spiritualist in my lungs. At this time, I was being treated at a known hospital in Reno, Nevada. I won't name names, but it was under a different name at the time I was recovering treatment, but was switched over to a children's hospital in Oakland, California. That's the hospital I would live at for a little over a year, as they were the ones who caught Reno Hospital's mistake and discovered I actually had acute myeloid leukemia. They also discovered the growing fungus I had in my left lung, so they removed it. But it caused both of my lungs to collapse and forced them to put me into a medically induced coma. I was only under for a month, but in that month, my family, especially my poor mother, were forced to watch me suffer through what would be the worst part of my treatment. As at multiple points, I had flatlined, died to put it loosely. And during these moments, my mother, as she was the one who lived in the hospital and ICU with me, had to be escorted out so they could resuscitate me. Once I was brought back and put under control, my mother would be allowed back in, and pray she or I wouldn't have to go through another one. This is where my experience starts. Quite a few times, after the moments I would flatline and be brought back, my mother would be left alone with me again, and somehow, I, while still in my coma, tubes weaving in and out of my mouth, nose and body like an oversized, overstuffed pincushion, tape holding my eyes shut, I would manage to say, I saw Grandma. My mom didn't believe in the paranormal until then. Because once I was taken out of my coma, there was one subtle change about me. Every time my picture or a video was taken while I was in the hospital for the remainder of the treatment, white streaks and orbs would be formed over my body, or around my body in the surrounding room. Sometimes they'd be far, like in the background, or close. Now, it doesn't happen much today, and I blame the fact that it's because we have phones now, rather than the rinky-dink cameras and camcorders we had back in ye old 2004. But sometimes I'll still see these streaks and orbs in my pictures and videos, especially when I have the privilege of getting to use a disposable camera again, or even my Polaroid. I have so many Polaroids that I couldn't hang because of the streaks and orbs, covering my face and or body. You're probably wondering at this point, who do I suspect? Well, rather which grandma I suspect is my guardian angel, and that would be my great-grandma Imogen. She was the daughter of Irish immigrants. Being her third and last great-grandchild to have got to meet her before she passed, I was only a baby though, we feel she may have a deeper connection with me. She unfortunately passed in a car accident by a semi-truck that ran a red light and had slammed into her car. Her friends, who I call aunts today, made it, but she didn't. My grandma says she always feels her presence, and she sees my grandma Imogen in me and my little sister. The first time I had ever encountered this spirit, who my little brain at the time dubbed the curly hair and glasses man, was when I was around 5 or 6 years old. We had moved back to New Jersey from Florida to be closer to family, because around this time my cousin had passed away at 11 from cystic fibrosis. I also believe this spirit wasn't my cousin, as he was more adult-sized and my cousin didn't wear glasses or have curly hair. We spent a lot of time with my aunts, uncle and cousins, and we were all really close. When you walk into my aunt's house, you enter a small closed-in porch before you enter into the living room. If you stand at the front door, you can see straight back through the living room, through the kitchen and into the back bedroom, where a door leads you down to the basement where my much older cousin made his room. Me and my two cousins were in the porch area listening to the radio. I can still remember Gangster's Paradise by Coolio was playing when this event occurred, and I couldn't listen to this song for such a long period of my life because it scared the shit out of me. All of the adults were in the basement hanging out, while the three of us girls were playing. Suddenly, I watched the bathroom light turn on, and this darker than dark shadow emerged from the bathroom, walked into the kitchen, and disappeared in thin air by the fridge. I looked at my cousins. They definitely saw it too, because they were scared shitless. And being that I was so small and terrified, I instantly started screaming bloody murder. Ran my little chubby self through that kitchen and downstairs into the basement, where obviously I was met with all the adults thinking something really bad happened. We all told them there was a man in the house, to which my uncle and my dad booked it upstairs and found no one. I explained he was dark, you couldn't see anything, but I saw the outline of glasses and curly hair, if that could make any sense at all. But even though all three of us girls were bugging out, they just did their best to console us and make sure we were okay. Fast forward years down the road. I've had my fair share of weird experiences through the years, but what got me the most was that after all this time, that same curly-haired and glasses man had showed himself to me twice in our old house. I was home alone, sitting in the corner of the living room on the computer. My dog at the time was laying next to me on the floor. As I'm playing my game, I got a super strong whiff of lavender, for just a second. And you know that creepy feeling that someone is watching you? Well, Hoss, my dog, picked his head up real quick and looked to my left, right by the TV. I looked over, and that curly-haired and glasses man was peeking over the side of the TV at me. He pulled back behind the TV the second I saw him. I had quickly gotten off the computer and went outside to just wait for my mum or dad to get back home. I was so scared. And I think I was more in shock, because the last time I saw him was when I was so little. I had so many questions that just didn't and wouldn't get any answers. But mainly, why is he here? And has he been here this whole time? The last time I had seen him was in the same house. I remember I had this crazy dream. I have no idea what about, but I woke up completely out of breath. As I opened my eyes, the curly-haired and glasses man was literally standing above me, arms held behind his back, as if he was like, "Hey, you okay?" He was gone in a second, but it was him. And this was the only time I had ever woken up so shaken and out of breath, even to this day. But it was weird, because it was like he was getting closer to me with every encounter. My parents know all about this spirit, and being close to my 30s now, I've never seen him again. I'm kinda hoping he doesn't decide to reappear randomly on me, since he showed up so late in my life after the first experience. But the more I thought about it, I realised I was terrified in the moment, given it was a paranormal experience, but I never got bad vibes from him. I have no idea who he could be, and I don't think I'll ever find out. But that was the last time I saw him, nearly 15 years ago. Right, so I've had a long past of weird, unexplainable activity happen to me in the UK. I won't state all on this post, as I feel like it needs multiple different posts and sections. However, I feel like some base information is necessary. I was born in Surrey and lived inside a cemetery for 5 years, with my dad working as a cemetery manager. He would often dig graves, do funerals, and complete house searches on recently passed people. When I was 5, we moved into a house 30 minutes away, in which the wife and child had passed a while back and the husband was selling. The date we moved in was the 20-year anniversary of the wife's death, and my mother swears she saw a lady out of the corner of her eye standing, holding a sharp object that soon disappeared when she tried to get a better look. The room I was given was the child's room, and there were no problems with the rest of the house, other than needing a good fix-up. Fast forward to 2016, and my father has been working in a new cemetery for over a decade, doing the same such things as grave digging and house searching. However, this is where it gets a bit more freaky. Around 3 or 4 am on multiple nights a week, I would be jolted awake by the loud sound of a music box playing from my built-in cupboard, opposite the bed. It would be loud enough for me to wake up, and would play the same tune constantly until I would get up to look for it. By the time I would get to the cupboard, it would slow itself down eventually to a stop, and the room would go silent. This has happened multiple nights a week, every week, and still does to this day. I also had a dream a few years back in which I heard the music box. I thought I was awake, but I was dreaming. So I went to search for it. I opened the cupboard, and to my surprise, I found a deep hole in the back of the wall, with the music coming from inside. I put my hand in and instantly got my arm grabbed by a black, nearly rotting hand with very long fingers, maybe 1.5 to 2 times larger than normal, and very sharp nails. This jolted me actually awake, and where I always closed my cupboard door, I awoke to find it was wide open and my arm covered in long scratch marks. I've completely cleared out my cupboard and searched its every nook and cranny, and there's no music box to be found. After about a month or so of hearing this music, I thought I was going mentally ill and assumed I was developing some form of hallucinogenic disorder, until I managed to capture it on video on multiple occasions. All forms of explanation we've tried to come across have always been easily disproved, and I'm desperately looking for some sort of answer. I don't personally completely believe in the paranormal, but the longer it goes on and the more stuff I experience, I can't seem to get the lingering thought that paranormal activity exists out of my head. I have many more experiences, if anyone would like to hear, as I hope to get to the bottom of this. My first firefighting job was in a small city with 2 stations. One was older, the 1970s, we'll call Station 1, and the other was newer, 2004, Station 2. Career department with combined fire and EMS. At the time of the story, I was new and had only been on for maybe a year or 2, years as a firefighter and EMT. First story takes place at Station 1. The guys spoke of weird occurrences constantly. Most had had weird things happen they couldn't explain, story after story. I hadn't really had much more than creepy feelings in different parts of the station since I started. There were parts I wouldn't go in due to the overwhelming feelings of being watched. This station had a crew bunk room where all the metal beds were laid out along each wall. There were 6 total, 4 on the hallway and entry door wall, and 2 on the opposite wall. The room was well illuminated by the exit sign next to the 2 beds on the far wall. A soft red light at night, combined with the visual acuity of having been asleep, the room is easy to see and make out detail. The entry door from the hallway had all manner of device attached to it to keep light out and make the bunk room dark. The window was covered with foil and again with a black cloth taped on 4 sides. No light shined through at all. The bottom of the door had a piece of cardstock that a crew long ago had attached to keep light out. When the door opened along the linoleum tiles, it made a soft but distinguishable clicking and dragging sound. The hinges made no noise. Now that you have a picture of the room, I'll get to the story. Being a rookie, I was last to bed every night, doing chores and taking out trash. Everyone had already turned in and most were asleep. I took the bed one over from the door. This evening, we had 2 empty beds. I began to fall asleep and heard the door open. I didn't think anything of it because it's not unusual for someone to get up and use the restroom during the night. I assumed I hadn't heard them leave. I peeked my eyes open and could clearly see the engineer and one of the ambulance crew asleep. In my head, I named who I had figured it to be. Then, the image of the room flashed in my memory again. Everyone was still in bed. I opened my eyes again in time to see a dark figure walk past my bunk, centre of room, turn towards the 2 beds and disappear. I was certain at this point that there was someone that shouldn't be there. I got up and looked, but both ambulance crew members were snoring. The engineer was snoring. Someone who had just come in wouldn't be asleep already. I checked the hallway and couldn't find anyone. I returned to my bed and within a minute or 2, I heard the unmistakable sound of a pass alert in full alarm. The device in our air packs that makes a loud alarm when we stop moving for 30 plus seconds. It's activated by turning on the air bottle, twisting a knob several times, and deactivated by draining air and pressing a button twice. I walked out in the bay to find the lieutenant's air pack was the culprit. First, he was a stellar firefighter that wouldn't do something dumb like leave his pack on. Second, he went to bed over 3 hours before at this point. Third, our last call was nearly 5 hours back. I checked the bottle, the knob was off all the way. I bled the air from the regulator. It was so minute it made a quiet tss sound. I turned off the alarm. To this day, I can't explain the air pack or the dark figure. Now, Station 2 has individual bunk rooms. I had one that was my usual. One night, I had a horrendous nightmare about my son dying. It was a very real feeling and moved me emotionally. I finally broke out of the dream and woke up sobbing. When I sat up, in the pale green LED light of the smoke detector, I saw a dark mass go from standing next to my bed to quickly shrinking like it had turned toward the door to leave. I was obviously frightened and turned on the light. There was no one there or in the hallway. Another night, I was in a room cake corner from my usual. I was absolutely asleep. I felt as if someone leaned over me, got right next to my ear and whispered, "You're getting a call." As it processed in my head, I started to open my eyes. No one was there. When I tried to figure out what had just happened, the tones dropped for a call. There was never a radio or paper in the rooms. Overhead dispatch speaker only. Of my experiences, this one was just strange, not scary. This one is from last year. I didn't work for the same department I was in the first story. This one is in the northeastern US and situated directly across from a large cemetery. This firehouse has 2 rooms situated off the bay. They're not connected to any room and are on the outside wall of the building. I had chosen the frontmost room this evening. We had a busy shift. It was a long day with lots of calls and our department also did transport for hospitals, So we had a few long distance calls that took hours to complete. I had been on for about 6 months. It took me almost no time to fall asleep. However, after years of working in this service, I found I need music to soothe me to sleep. I had it on and set a sleep timer for it to turn off. I always set an hour. I usually pass out after about 15 minutes of the music and go deeply into sleep. This particular night, I had done just that. While snoozing soundly and completely unsuspecting, I feel someone lean over me and get very close to my ear. The pressure of this person was very intense. About the moment I realise someone is doing this, I hear a very loud yell. "Leave!" It woke me instantly. It was pitch black in the room. I couldn't see anything. This added to the chaos. As I lay with my eyes wide open, I said out loud, "What was that?" The sound of my voice echoing in the room gave me a reference for how loud the voice was. It wasn't as loud as mine. It was, however, loud enough to be if I had spoken softly or quietly into the night air. I became super freaked out and turned on my phone light. I looked around and honestly found what I expected. Nothing. It took me almost 2 hours to go to sleep after that. I was driving through Valley Forge one evening, and it happened to be the night of the superblood moon last year. Whatever type of moon it was gigantic in the sky and super bright. It was beautiful, and I decided I should take a picture of it. While driving, I saw a parking area that had the gate open, so I pulled in but stopped at the entrance, not going all the way into the lot. It was about 9 p.m. I stopped the car and got my phone. I opened my door and stepped out to set up my shot of my camera. While I was standing next to my car and aiming my camera, I began to get an intense feeling of dread. I had every hair on the back of my neck and arms standing at attention. I started to feel as I was being approached. I dreaded the thoughts and decided to risk a look. When I turned around, all I found was darkness. However, the feeling got worse. I actually felt like I had found the source but was unable to see it. I turned around again to face the moon and was shaking. I said into the night, "I just want to take a picture of the moon and I'll be leaving." With that, I felt a slight reprieve and I took 2 photos. I didn't think either was in focus or even what I wanted to take a picture of. I was so scared. I went snap snap and quickly got back in the car. I shut the door and quickly put it in reverse. No way I was driving into the lot to turn around. I never stopped there again at night. The picture's so bad, it's not even worth sharing. A buddy and I bought tickets to do a ghost hunt at a local attraction. It was an investigation at this attraction that was known to have unexplained phenomena. The attraction is aviation based and housed several authentic and vintage World War I and II equipment. We began the night with an open but skeptical mind, assuming it was a funhouse effect type stuff. We'd seen ghost hunters and understood the equipment. We also had no expectations. The investigation was as we expected. Tour, equipment use. Having never been to the venue, it was cool to see the displays as well as the stories of the equipment believed to be behind the occurrences. We had some knocking and or strange noises that weren't really explainable, however, were forgettable. The night sort of ends in the banquet hall, where they had dinner at the officers' mess. It was a piano and a nose of a B-24. The entire room was World War II decor. My buddy and I chose to sit at the far back left corner of the room away from everyone, because we assumed there were parlour tricks and wanted to debunk it. The rest of the group sat at various tables near the front of the room. During an EVP session, the piano started playing a few keys. No one was sitting at it. There were knocks in response to questions. It was cool. I got up and walked from the table we were at to the B-24 nose, just because I wanted to look at it. When I got within a foot of the nose, I felt like someone was behind me. I assumed it was my buddy, so I turned to see. When I turned around, there was a full white body that looked like a woman in a gown standing there. I could see through her and could definitely see my buddy was sitting at the table 20 plus feet away. It struck me that I had a K2 meter in my hand and attempted to use it, but by the time I brought it away from my hip, the figure was gone. No readings remained. Coolest experience on a ghost hunt. "22 years ago, I lived in a house on a lake. I rented a room from a lady that lived in the other room. I had been living with a good friend, but moved out and needed a new place. My parents actually found the listing in the newspaper and set me up with it. Aside from the strange living conditions of living in a 2-bedroom bungalow with a complete stranger in the middle of nowhere, it seemed like it was going to be nice. My new housemate had a large dog that actually kind of freaked me out a little. However, she was a super sweet dog. My housemate was never home. Between work, her friends, and a boyfriend, I saw her all 3 days out of the 3 months I lived at the house. So, I took care of the dog. The thing about this dog, she would hide under my housemate's bed until she was hungry or needed to go outside. Never having had dogs, didn't know any better. The first month wasn't anything to write home about. Got some awesome photos of the moon over the lake. Somewhere in this time frame, I started recognizing the facts above. I also started getting a weird vibe in the house. In fact, if I wasn't in my room, I wanted to be in there only. I also only felt safe during the day. I use that term because the feeling at night was the same as if you think something bad is about to happen. The problem was, you couldn't quantify it. I started hearing knocking noises randomly in the ceiling near the kitchen. I figured it was birds, because there were a lot around. One afternoon, I decided to check out the attic crawl space located above the kitchen cabinets. It was a wood door with a single lock and latch on it and a fixed handle. I had eaten lunch and climbed up there to check it out. Opened the door and didn't feel threatened or anything. I peeked my head in and looked left and right over the bedrooms. Basic attic, nothing special. I closed the door and climbed down. From that moment on, everything changed. The dog came out to the kitchen and stared at me. Didn't move. It honestly made me very uneasy. I tried the tricks, outside, treat, play. She didn't move. So I went to my room and shut the door. In the weeks that followed, the events became more and more unnerving. I began to stop being able to sleep. I turned to leaving music on overnight, very low volume, but on. As time passed, I got to where I felt like someone was standing in the corner of my room. One evening, the alarm clock radio in the living room turned on its own. First, I didn't know it was even there because I never went in there. Nothing in there was mine. Next, over the last 2 months, it had never gone off. I asked my housemates when I saw her next about that, and she denied setting it. She was visibly confused as to why it would go off. I began to feel as though I was being watched in every room. I felt as though the figure in my room was always there. I began to wake from sleep for no reason. I began grinding my teeth at night. I moved to sleeping with a blacklight on, the lowest light level I could get in that room. Music became CDs that would repeat indefinitely. Now, I would wake up, look around and see nothing and then try to get back to sleep. My housemate and a friend were at the house one evening, and the friend claimed to be psychic. She looked dead at me and asked me how I'm sleeping. I hadn't seen the housemate in weeks and hadn't told her about my problems. She then tells me there's an old man in my room, and he doesn't like me. I asked if there was anything I could do, and she said no. I began addressing this man and asking him to leave me alone. Life got much worse. I would be on the phone with my now wife and would fall asleep. She would tell me years later there were strange sounds that scared her. She said she would stay on the phone to ensure nothing happened to me. I began to have regular nightmares. Every time I closed my eyes, my work started to suffer. I was exhausted. I began to see a dark, cloud-like mist that appeared to pour out of the cinder block wall with the lights on. In the corner, the man had been reported standing in. I would walk over and touch the area. Nothing there.
go back to bed, see it's still happening. My wife was getting ready one morning, and while putting on makeup, she told me the face wasn't hers. She left the bathroom and didn't go back. That night, we were both asleep. She had become accustomed to my nightmares at this point. I had a dream that she and I were in my car and driving down the road. It was nice. I look at her and then back on the road in time to see 3 children in the road. The next sequence happened so fast, I had no time to react. Each face hit the windshield and appeared zombie-like. I immediately awoke. I was sweating, shaking and scared. My wife was instantly awake also. She asked what happened. I relayed the above story. Her face lost colour, and she looked very concerned. Thinking it was the content of the dream, I apologised. She sat silent, long enough to make me wonder if something was wrong with me. She broke the silence and said, "Just before you woke me, I dreamed that we had just gotten into your car." We left, and the next day, I found somewhere else to stay. We moved to another state, and the first night in the new place, I slept non-stop. I woke up rested and recognised the silence in my head. When I was in college, my grandfather died. What was tough about that, other than his death, was that I was not aware of it for 3 days and I wasn't allowed to come home from school for the service. I got no closure. None. In my grief, I dug through the only images I had of him and found the most recent one. Christmas, 3 months prior. He's sitting on my family's couch in a distinctive pose, legs crossed over each other, arms folded in his lap, a serious look on his face. He had dementia, so the look was more common towards the end. I chose to take the photo on the wall next to my bed. It was right above my nightstand. I was very aware of it and looked at it often. The schedule I held was rather busy. Things were constantly happening in my day. Start from waking up well into the night. It wasn't uncommon to go out for the evening, and in this particular evening I got drunk. I came home and passed out. The next day, after getting ready to leave for the day, I realised I couldn't find my wallet. I looked around the room and in my clothes from the prior evening. I looked under the bed, in the drawers, pulled the sheets back, under furniture. Couldn't find it. At first, I felt that it must be in the room. I didn't panic. I did, however, have a little stress. This is pre-cell phones. My debit card was actually non-existent. It was an ATM card, that's all. This means I had no money, no way of getting more out of the bank, no student ID that had some money for food on it, and no driver's license. After a couple of weeks, the panic does start to set in. I've searched my room multiple times at this point and called everyone that was with me, as well as went back to the venue to check lost and found. No one has seen it. I began to have trouble sleeping. I would nap when I could during the day. One evening, I went to sleep and had a vivid and immersive dream. I walked into my room. It's afternoon. I can tell by the way the light is coming in the window. The room is laid out exactly as it should be. All items in their place, including the way the sheets were earlier in the day, dishevelled. I've started the experience at my entry door to my room. I walk forward and towards my bed. I go to my nightstand looking for my wallet again. When I don't find it, I look up and see the photo of my grandfather, sitting stoic and still, with his right arm raised and pointing to his right. I stare at this for a moment, and it feels completely natural. I woke up. I look around my room and find it's night time. I'm definitely confused and wondering what just happened. It takes a few moments, and I sit on the bed trying to process the dream I just had. As I work through it, I recall the photo and the pose. All the hair on my arms and neck stand on end. Do I risk a look? I couldn't do it. I was so sure the pose was different that I assumed I'd see it. As I look, fear and curiosity got the better of me. My grandfather is sitting in the pose the photo was taken in. His demeanour is the same. This makes me a little more curious. Why was he pointing? I take the photo down and hold it while studying the scene. I know every inch of the room he's in because it was my living room. The The thing he was pointing at was the front door. But that doesn't make sense. I put the photo down and think about it a while. I do some work. It hit me. Maybe he wasn't pointing to something in the room he's in. I put the photo back on the wall and envisioned the pose again, and tried to determine where he was pointing in my room. I look, and it's a direct line to the foot of my bed. I go there and start looking for some unknown thing, not knowing if this was just fantasy. I pulled the comforter back, and wouldn't you know, a place I'd looked so many times over days and days was holding my wallet this whole time. I looked in it, and everything was there. No more panic, no more worry. I'm 31 years old now, but my whole life I've been able to see and communicate with ghosts, sporadically and especially in my youth. Ghosts to me always showed up looking like regular people, and I wouldn't know they were ghosts except for the peculiar circumstances of the interaction. The way they spoke or made eye contact with me, or appearing in places and situations that aren't usual, etc. One of my most vivid experiences was talking to a girl when I was 9 years old. I had just moved into my new house and she was standing in my driveway when I got out of the car with my parents and family around. I said, "Hi, my name's Todd. Who are you?" She responded, "I'm Jenny." I asked, "Do you live here, Jenny?" And she said, "Yes." I said, "Cool, want to be friends?" My mum came around the corner of our minivan and asked who I was speaking to. I told her that it's a girl who said she lives here and asked her to say hi to my mom. At that point, I noticed she wasn't there anymore and looked around and under the car and was surprised she was gone so quickly. My mom was pretty horrified, but never mentioned anything to me about it for years later because she was kind of taken aback about the whole thing. I saw many other weird encounters over in that house and surrounding town after and found out some eerie stuff about it. Like continuously seeing a boy with a red wagon standing in the woods by the side of the road. Later finding out he was a child who was hit and killed by a car. I hear a lot of ghost stories involving hearing or seeing things, but not much in the way of being able to interact and communicate with them. And also how human they seem when you do. It was virtually impossible at first glance for me to know when a ghost was a ghost, until I was able to better sense that each time something wasn't fully normal. I still to this day remember the conversation and outfit the girl was wearing, down to the smallest detail. And it still trips me out how much my brain has held onto that memory. Brown hair down to her shoulders with brown eyes, green tank top, pink shorts. Don't remember seeing shoes. Probably around my age at the time, 8 to 11. It was New Year 2019, and my family was planning on going out with my aunt's new boyfriend's family. I didn't really know any of them, and in the past I usually hated loud stuff like New Year's. It kind of annoys me. So I decided to stay home and chill instead, because I was tired anyways. It was around 9 or 10 PM when they finally left, and I had the whole house to myself. We have a kind of big house because I live with 4 other siblings. It wasn't lonely though. I very much cherished any alone time I got. So I went upstairs and started watching Friends, back when it was still on Netflix. I watched a few episodes before getting bored, making a snack and heading back to my room downstairs. I watched YouTube on my phone for a bit before I started hearing something. My house has 2 floors, and from downstairs, even the slightest of footsteps sounds like Nagasaki. It's horribly loud, even if you're trying to be quiet. Probably old wood because of how old this house is. I tried to ignore the creaking, using that old excuse that it's just the house settling. That's until it kept going. It just kept on happening again and again. A faint creak, like footsteps of somebody trying to be quiet. Of course, this unnerved me, so I decided the best thing to do was to face whatever it was. Kind of stupid in hindsight, if it had been a robber. I took my metal baseball bat that I always kept in my room, and slowly made my way upstairs. I hadn't heard a creak for a little while, so I was hoping it was nothing. Once I got upstairs, it seemed fine. Till I noticed something. The fucking TV was on and playing the Friends episode that I had left off on. This scared the fuck out of me, being that I would never have left the TV on. I had 100% faith that it was turned off. But here it was, fully on for no reason. I ran to the corner of the room so that nothing could sneak up behind me, and held my baseball bat close. This was terrifying for me, but I was still doubting myself. That's until I heard the creaking again, from downstairs. I was so done. It was around midnight at this point, so the fireworks going off weren't helping my situation. I decided to dial the police while fearing the worst. I kept the operator on the phone while checking my downstairs, and it was nothing. There wasn't anything at all downstairs or upstairs. The house was completely empty. I apologised to the operator and hung up. While on edge for the rest of the night, there wasn't any more incidents. For some background information, my family is from North Carolina. My papa, grandfather, was born and raised in rural western North Carolina. And my mama, grandmother, was from the middle/eastern end of the state. My mama is Native American, with her family living in the same area as far back as the 1890s. Being a Christian didn't stop her trust in the beliefs of her people. She was born with a veil over her eyes, which is basically where part of the amniotic sac detached at some point and attached to the baby. Within her family, this was taken as a sign of the child being sensitive to paranormal activities. And growing up, it proved true for her. Fast forward to my birth, and I was born the same way. My mama was both pleased and worried when she saw. Almost everyone on my mother's side of the family fully believes in the existence of ghosts and the like, all having their own experiences over the years. My very first experience came at around 7. I remember sitting in my mama's living room watching television with her and suddenly smelled something burning. I panicked, thinking I'd left the gas stove on, having just roasted myself a marshmallow on it, and that it caught something on fire. Before I could say anything, my mama, she looked over at the door and said, "Come on in, E." I was obviously confused, and I asked her what she meant. She went on to explain that my papa's sister had died in a house fire in Korea years ago. She had apparently gotten 2 of her children out and went back in to get the youngest and didn't make it. When they found her body, she was something like 5 steps away from her front door. My mama explained that it wasn't long after that they began smelling burning rags in the house. It typically lasts just a few seconds and disappears again. My mama believes she's just come to check in. I smelled that same smell many times over the years growing up in her home, and would look for the source of the smell and never found one. In the years since I've moved into my own apartments and homes, I've smelled the same smell. It lasts for just a few seconds and then disappeared. I spent most of my childhood in the eastern part of the state with my grandparents, but as my mom and her siblings grew up in western North Carolina, most still lived there, and all of my papa's side of the family was there, so trips there were frequent. In the fall, my mama would go up and pick apples, buy the trailer full, and take them back and sell them. My second encounter occurred when I was in middle school. It was fall, and I remember because as I bolted back out of the house and tried to get to my mama, I tripped over the trailer holding her apples and ended up eating dirt. Then I had to hobble around with a busted shin for a few days. Anyways, I went inside the house to get my mama's drink for her, and as I walked past the hallway that led to the bedrooms, I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. When I looked, I was frozen for a minute. At the end of the hallway next to my grandparents' bedroom door was a woman I'd never seen before. I remembered she had long, loose, dark hair and wore a blue pantsuit, thinking of a really old woman going to a church. She looked at me and smiled slightly. As she turned her body to fully face me, my legs remembered they could move and I took off. I explained to my mama what I saw, and my stepdad immediately moved to go inside because he thought someone had broken in through the back door. Something that wasn't really common in our area, but not unheard of. My mama quickly waved him off and took me inside. Hidden in a photo album in a closet She pulled out an old black and white photo of a woman standing on a porch and asked if this is who I saw. It was, and this was a picture I'd never seen before, and apparently one of the only two she had of her mother. My mama sat me down in the living room and explained it all to me. The outfit I saw her in was the one she was buried in, and while she normally kept her hair up in a tight knot in order to keep her out of her face, while she picked cotton, or cooked, or just whatever she was doing, they decided to leave it down for her funeral. This was all shocking to me. My mama didn't talk much about her mom, as she died when my mama was very young, resulting in her dropping out of school to take care of all of her younger brothers and sisters, and then eventually all of her half-brothers and sisters. My mama is the oldest of 18 children. The final encounter I'll write about is one directly related to the other two. About 3.5 to 4 months after I saw the woman in the hallway, I got sick. Not just a little sick, but pretty bad off. This was in the 90s still, and while my mama believes in doctors, she also believes in the medicine of nature. It's not something I'd ever use for my children now, but I also know that it works. So if there's ever a zombie apocalypse, I've at least got some medicine. I was given the medicine and wrapped in blankets. My fever peaked at around 103, and I spent most of the day huddling in my mama's lap until my mom decided that I needed to just go to bed and give my mama some space in case I passed the illness to her. My mama reluctantly agreed and carried me to bed. I'm not sure how long after I went to bed that this happened. I had fallen asleep at some point, but I woke up and it was pitch black in my room. I suddenly smelled burning rags and then left the blankets being taken off at me. The cool air felt great against my skin, and then whoever it was started humming. It was a song that my mama often hummed to me when I was small, or in this case, sick. They started rubbing my back and continued to hum. I mumbled and asked my mama to bring me some water, and the answer I got back was, "She's coming, baby." I turned to look, and sitting on my bed was not one person, but two. My mama's mom and the other woman I recognised as my papa's sister, whose picture my mama had pointed out on the wall after she told me the story of her death. I want to say I wasn't scared, but that absolutely wouldn't be true. I was terrified, but about that time, my bedroom door opened and my mama came in with water and medicine. When I looked back at my bed, both women were gone. I told my mama what happened and told her that they knew she was coming, and she simply responded, "Figures. Can't ever just mind their own business." I later found out that all of my mama's children had similar experiences as children when they're sick. And even now as an adult, if I'm really sick or something of that nature, she comes to visit and hums a song while rubbing my back. I know these aren't really scary, and I definitely have my fair share of terrifying experiences with the supernatural, but I figured that it would be nice for some people to see that they don't always mean you harm. And it's funny, because even as I was writing this out, E came in and passed through the house, causing my 7-year-old to run into the living room screaming about something, somewhere being on fire. August 2018, we decided to visit the Stanley Hotel on vacation. We checked in, and while the others were grabbing our suitcases, etc., I went up to see our room. Inside the room, while I was waiting, I heard what sounded like young girls screaming. Sounded close, but not very loud. I looked in the hall and out the window, and saw nothing. I woke very early the next morning, 6:45 a.m, and thought I heard a young girl singing. It was quiet, but clear. Everyone was asleep, nobody in the hall or outside the windows. I wasn't scared, just curious. There were 3 large windows in our room. Old style, no screens. You have to push them up to open them. Painted over a few times so they were hard to open. One of the windows slammed shut twice while we were in that room. Slammed so hard that a small piece of wood broke off of the frame and landed on the floor. On the second night, we switched rooms with the other family members. Now in room 321, all quiet at bedtime, but very shortly after we settled in, my husband said he couldn't sleep. He is not a believer in spirits. He said the room suddenly felt strange, and he felt like someone was watching us. After he fell asleep, I thought I heard a radio playing. Sounded like an old transistor radio. I looked over at the cell phones to make sure they hadn't started auto-playing something. They were both dark. A minute or two after that, I heard what sounded like a man whispering very close to my ear. I couldn't understand any words. A quick look at hubby, saw he was facing away from me and sound asleep. Shortly after that, just as I was drifting off, I felt 2 distinct pokes on my pillow, as if someone used their finger and tapped the pillow hard. I looked at my husband, he was still facing the other way and snoring. None of these things scared me. I was busy trying to analyse and found them interesting. In the morning, we found the flashlight on my husband's cell phone was on. He said he hadn't touched it, and remember, I looked at the phones after hearing what sounded like a radio, and they were both dark. Putting my bracelet on that morning, I noticed 2 bruises on my arm. I hadn't seen them the night before when I took my bracelet off, and had no idea how they got there. They matched perfectly with where an index finger and pinky would sit if my arm had been grabbed with force. I hadn't. My daughter, an adult, came in as we were all leaving for breakfast, and I noticed a large scratch or rash on the side of her neck. She had no idea it was there, how it got there, and said it didn't hurt. It had faded and was gone by evening. So this happened over a few years ago to myself and while my wife was in our room. For context, I'll try to describe this as best as possible, what happened, and what led up to this event. I've been a serious drinker since my first drink. At 14, I had my first drink, and the feeling of being buzzed would outweigh the feeling of being alive and sober for the rest of my drinking days. I was adopted after being born, so I grew up not feeling a part of, so drinking would be the only thing in my life that made any sense, if that makes sense. Anyways, I was incredibly obsessive over things and always into ghost stories and things of that nature. This turned into trying to contact spirits through Ouija boards, ghost hunts, watching gore videos when drunk. I was incredibly suicidal for as long as I can remember. Fast forward to me being around 32. I've had an amazing woman who's still my wife. At the time, she was about to leave because I couldn't stop drinking for the life of me. I wanted to die for the longest time, and the night she told me she thought she had to leave, something broke. I don't know how to explain the rest because I've never had any other experiences or have seen anything, or even felt anything remotely close to this. But I had my wife and she was about it. I had gotten sick the year before with an unknown stomach issue, probably due to stress, so I was just falling apart. This specific night, when something broke, we both were in our apartment alone. She had just told me she felt like she had to leave. I started crying over my sink. She said she'd never heard me cry like this, and a dark presence came out of me, or lifted off of me, into our room. She was in bed because this was late midnight. So I join her in bed and I say, "There's something evil in our room." And she replies that she notices it as well. This is not something that I saw with my eyes, but I saw it within my mind. A huge dark presence above our bed looking down on us. A heavy, evil presence. One that I have known. It was almost like a friend or a person that you know well and that you've spent time with. I tell my wife this, and she's talking me through it and also starts praying. Remind you, I am not spiritual in any way. Only depressed and suicidal most of the time. My wife is very spiritual and tries to talk to me about this stuff all the time. I don't really get it or understand it. Once this dark presence has been there for a few minutes, what I can only describe as a great loving spirit washes over the room, and something in me opens up and I get it. Me and my wife had conversations about that for 24 hours straight, about the Holy Spirit, and I really want to make it clear. I do not go to church or pray or like the Bible at all, so this is a real experience for me that it's unexplainable. Since then, it's just been crazy. I'm definitely happy that I had that experience and life has gotten a lot better now. I wish I could say that was my last drink that night. I honestly thought it would be. I thought that's what spiritual experiences did. But I did eventually get sober and have been for the last year and a half and been happily married with a young, crazy son that will turn 2 in a few months. I'm posting this now to see if anyone else has had any experience like this. What are your thoughts? I just got home from a very long shift. I work at a nursing home as a CNA. I work the night shift on a dementia/memory care unit, and the past 3 nights have been crazy. I get creeped out a lot at work. We see a lot of shadow people out of the corner of our eyes, get that eerie feeling that someone is behind you, but nobody is there, and see window reflections of people who aren't really there. You get used to it after a while. In my unit, we've had a lot of residents who are up at night. I enjoy it because it keeps us busy and makes the night go by. I've had residents talk to the ceiling or the wall, having full-blown conversations, as if someone is giving them a response. I know with dementia and Alzheimer's, people can have hallucinations. I try to be rational, but some things I just can't explain. We had a resident go to the hospital. He had a private room, and when he was gone, the TV in his room kept turning itself on constantly. We got sick of going into his room to shut it off, so we took the batteries out of the remote to see if it would do anything. The TV stayed off for a while, but then it turned back on with the volume all the way up to 100. I went into a resident's room 2 nights ago to answer her call lights, and she asked me who the person that came into the room was. I entered by myself. My fellow aide and nurse were busy caring for the residents. There was nobody there with me when I entered that room. Later that night, I entered another resident's room. The resident was in her wheelchair and she was visibly upset. I asked her what was wrong, and she explained to me that she was sleeping, and the picture hanging on her wall flew across the room. I saw where the picture landed and where it was hanging up. It was a heavy-duty picture frame, and I couldn't believe the glass in it didn't break. We tried to rationalise what had happened, but the nail in the wall that held up the picture was still there. There was no breeze, and if the picture would have fallen, it wouldn't have made it across the room because of the stuff that was in the way. It would have gotten stuck somewhere. A couple of weeks ago, I was talking to my supervisor at the nurse's station, and something down the hall caught our attention out of the corner of our eyes. We both saw a person walk diagonally from one room to another, so we went to check it out and see who was awake, but there was nobody there, and everyone in that hall was non-ambulatory. Lastly, everyone at my work knows that if anybody, including staff or residents, see or hear children, that they mean death is near for someone in the building. I've witnessed it multiple times and know it to be true. But I had a resident last night who creeped me the fuck out. She was sitting at the nurse's station with us, talking about a man and a little boy. She told us that the little boy was dead, but he was there waiting. Then she said there were 2 little girls with him and that they were waiting for their grandma. I could have shit my pants. Then we have our COVID hall, which is separate from the unit I work on. The one that we put all of our residents onto quarantine if their COVID test was positive. In a certain room, every single resident complained about children saying they were too loud and that they didn't appreciate them waking them up at night. One night, a lady who had no cognitive impairment was at the nursing home because she had just had knee surgery. She got up in the room they seemed to be occupied by the children. She rang, and when we got down to her room, she complained that children were running around her room and that they climbed into her closet but wouldn't come back out. We looked and nobody was there. Last night at around 10 PM, my boyfriend and I were sitting in the living room trying to find a movie to watch on Amazon Prime Video. We had video surveillance cameras everywhere outside. 2 that point to the front door at different angles, 1 for the backyard and 1 for the side of the house. The monitor screen is kept in the living room on a table next to the recliner that I was sitting in. I just sat down for not even 5 minutes when I heard a child's voice come over the monitor. The voice said, "Hello?" I thought to myself for a minute, fuck, does my son have his bedroom window open and is yelling through the window for some reason? And the camera is picking it up because there's a camera next to his bedroom window? Then I remembered, no, it can't be, because he was sleeping in my bed. I called up to him and he answered. I look at the monitor screen and I see a man who appears to be very tall. He was wearing a red and white flannel shirt. He was holding a little girl's hand. She looked like she had been striped long sleeves with frizzy blonde hair. They were walking up the steps to get into our entryway, and I turned to my boyfriend and said, "Somebody is here." We live in the middle of absolute nowhere. We live by a swamp. My closest neighbours are bears and coyotes and a couple Amish houses about a mile or so down the road. So there are never any people, at least that we know of, who go walking down our street pitch black with no streetlights, on a back road at 10 p.m. at night. So it seemed very strange to us. Just as the man and the girl get to our front door, my boyfriend opens the door, and they're gone. Not a single trace or sign of them. My boyfriend went outside by the road to see if he could see any cars, but there was nothing. We thought maybe they were having car trouble and stopped for help, but there were no signs of that being a possibility. I let the dog outside and my boyfriend went outside with a flashlight, but nothing was there. We watched the camera footage and the people coming to the door never recorded. We reviewed old camera footage and saw nothing that looked or sounded like that. We don't even know people that look like that, or have ever had anybody that could have possibly come over that looked like that. My boyfriend doesn't believe in ghosts, but seeing that, we had no explanation for it. I think he changed his mind. We've lived in this house for 4 years, and I personally have never experienced anything until last night. My boyfriend admitted that the one night I was at work, he saw something moving in the yard, and thought it was an animal, but went out to look and nothing was there, but my son's tyre swinging back and forth like crazy. My son has been complaining for the past few months that he doesn't like to sleep in his bed, because it sounds like something's crawling around under his bed, and his bed shakes. The original part of the house was built in the 1800s, and was used as an old schoolhouse. An addition was put into the house 20 years ago to make it bigger. The old schoolmaster used to live across the street in a house that is no longer there. I talked to my boyfriend today, and we both said that what happened is really weird, and we've come to terms with it possibly being a ghost sighting. I know I'm not crazy, because he saw them and heard the voice too. I've seen many ghosts in my lifetime. I just wondered what took so long for me to see one here. What bothers me is that it seemed like they wanted to get my attention, and it makes me feel very uneasy. A few days leading up to this, I would sit in the living room and just feel overwhelming dread and terrible anxiety. After seeing them, I don't feel any of that anymore. So weird. Three years ago today, my estranged birth mom died from an overdose. Our relationship was complicated as the last time I saw her was when I was 8. My grandma raised me and siblings. Regardless, her death hit me particularly hard, and I had to drop out of university temporarily to recover. Flash to yesterday, and it was the sunniest day that had happened in weeks. The whole day, I was walking around feeling happy, rejuvenated, and loved. I remember thinking it's strange as I'd been stressed and down from school and life the past few weeks, but not that day. I was taking a break from homework and started making tea in the kitchen when I felt this overwhelming peace and calm come over me. It's hard to describe, but it was like all the fear and worry in my body disappeared. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw what looked like a tall woman in all white, standing in the hallway out of the corner of my eye. Every time I looked, she wasn't there, and it took me about 3 times of seeing her and then not seeing her to realise that it was a ghost. But I didn't realise that it might have been my mum afterwards. I'm usually scared when I see what I think might be a ghost, but this time I was patient and started talking to it and asking what it needed and reminding that I live here now. I recently moved in with my partner into a new home, and I thought it might have been a ghost who had lived here for a while. I waited to see if I could hear any response, but nothing happened, and then I stopped seeing her and thought nothing of it, and went right back to my studies. It totally slipped my mind that it was the day before my mum's death, and it wasn't until that evening that it clicked that it must have been her. If I knew, there's so many things I would have said to her, and I would have spent more time trying to understand any message she might have sent my way. I hope today that she'll visit me again. What do you guys think? Did my mum visit, or has she already moved on by now? It's been 3 years. My family and I rent a little farmhouse on an old tree farm in southwest Washington. It's extremely remote. We have one neighbour, a cattle farmer, about half a mile away across the creek, as the crow flies. More like a mile by road. One night, I was out gardening. I'm a night owl who farms and has a full-time job. And I heard the weirdest sound, coming from what sounded like the canopy of the dense Douglas fir forest behind our garden. It sounded like a giant cat purring, but it moved relatively quickly around the same section of the forest. At first, I wrote it off as a drone, which was weird, but not unimaginable. But when the sound got closer and louder, it seemed more organic to me. The sound undulated like it was coming from something alive, like how cats' purrs are rhythmic according to their breath. We get our fair share of choppers, wildfire fighting practice, military training, logging choppers, all around our property, and this didn't sound like that at all. Not nearly loud enough, even from a distance, and it sounded closer. There are definitely wild cats around us. We've seen bobcats, and I'm sure there are cougars. We live adjacent to thousands and thousands of acres of timber forests. But this cat would have had to have been jumping from treetop to treetop extremely quickly, which seems hilariously impossible. That basically leaves a drone, which just seems so weird. There were no lights, it never came above the tree line, and it was at night. I could see the timber companies surveying with drones, maybe even doing some fire scouting. Really hard to imagine them doing it at night in the dark, and circling the one section that's not owned by timber companies. My husband heard it too, and agreed it was weird. It happened last summer, and it's made me wonder from time to time. It wasn't really that scary. It was easy to forget about, but I've just never been able to explain it. It's not like it even lines up with any paranormal legends I've heard. I'd love anyone's ideas. So this is a story that takes place tonight, actually. Me and a couple cousins went to a restaurant downtown. It's a fancy, and overall, the entire night we had a blast. Virus-safe blast, I should add. Until it was nearly time to leave. It was late, and we were just getting the check when I needed to use the restroom. It was upstairs under the kitchen and bar, so I went up the stairs, and with every step, I felt anxious. Brushed it off. I suffered from anxiety, so it seemed like just normal to me. I reached the door, and as soon as I open it, it's like something primal inside of me switched on. I had to get out now. I ignored it, because I'm an adult and ghosts don't scare me. I wasn't fully sure I believed until tonight. The room is completely lit up, yet dark. I felt heavy. My head started immediately pounding, and my heart felt like I ran a marathon. I use the bathroom anyway, but the more I'm there, the more I feel it. It wants me out. I don't know how, but I felt deeply unwelcomed. It does not want me there. I feel almost like the message is passed to me through energy. I felt threatened. Leave or else. That's what I felt. Like a pounding heart and unexplained anxiety would be the least of my worries if I overstayed. I washed my hands and darted out as fast as I could. I feel silly. I know I didn't see anything. I know it could be a million things, probably. But the feeling of being preyed on, my body's instinctive response of fight or flight, no one can deny to me how real it was. I don't suffer any hallucinations or psychotic or paranoid disorders. I'm sound of mind, despite what some people might think. I made this post mostly to feel less lonely, less crazy, knowing most people I know would send me to the psych ward for being so convinced of what I witnessed. Thoughts? Is this even a ghost? Entity? Demon? God, I'm open to anything. I'm not particularly religious, but tonight I prayed to anything that would listen, that this thing will stay there. I doubt I was followed because, well, it was hell-bent to get me out. Kinda wouldn't make any sense. Advice? For starters, I'm a believer due to an experience I had last December. Ever since a hospital experience in early 2020, I've become more aware of the world, and that it might not be as cut and dry as we think it is. I tend to have dreams related to dead people from my life quite often. My mom, my uncle, grandparents I never met, etc. I always thought it just to be that I think about them often because they're family, But early January, I had a dream that I just couldn't explain. It left me feeling weird. My old middle school teacher passed away suddenly when I was in high school. He was an absolute sweetheart, and his death was devastating for everyone who knew him. He was the only teacher I've had who was patient with my troubled, my mom just died self. The mental illness and everything it entailed. He was good and patient to every student, let students rest in his class if they needed it. Made sure my classmates with an eating disorder had lunch. Absolute gem of a man. I don't remember exactly what killed him, but he got pneumonia one week. He missed work 3 days and was hospitalised. And by the end of the week, they told us he would be coming back the next one. And by Friday, we were told he'd passed away. Well, I hadn't thought of him for a while. He passed away years ago, and I haven't thought of him too often. It just kind of faded out of my consciousness. One day, I woke up from this dream where we were in the schoolyard, except I was my current age. He was acting like nothing happened. I knew he was dead. And he was just catching up with me, asking about my college plans, encouraging me to achieve what I want. It was wholesome, but off-putting, because I remember distinctly in my dream feeling bad for him, because I had to tell him he died. The next dreams were similar, until the one of last night. He's talking about what killed him. He told me in the dream, I just don't remember what it was. He wrote it on the palm of my hand, and this is an important detail, but I don't know why. He then ended it with a warning to get regular doctor appointments, to watch my health because I'm not a kid anymore. That health and life are often too fragile. I don't know what to make of this. I guess I kind of want some sort of validation from someone who knows about these things and tell me whether this was my consciousness talking or an old friend who wanted to teach me a last lesson. My parents separated when I was very young, but my dad was as active in our lives as he could be. At the time this happened, I was 7. My sister was 4 and my brother 10, and we just moved into a new house in a small town. Population 814. Our dad had a property in the mountains and in another small town a few hours' drive away from the town we had just moved to, and we would often spend weekends there. The house we had just moved to was along a highway that goes over a railway bridge, and our house was along the railway and the closest house to the highway. It was really old, but renovated house with 3 bedrooms and a sunroom. To better understand the things that happened, you need to know the layout of the house. Going into the front door, which was really the back of the house, but the part easily accessible from the street, there's a converted sunroom turned laundry room on your right, the bathroom on your left, and as you go through the laundry room, the kitchen is on the left and my mum and my brother's room on the right. You'd have to walk through my mum's room to get to my brother's room. If you continue to go straight, there's the lounge room on your left, me and my sister's room on your right, and the door to the front of the house and the veranda in front of you. Although we were along a relatively busy highway, when night fell, it was dead quiet. And yes, I know houses creak and things go bump in the night, but what started happening not long after moving in were things that didn't make sense and couldn't be explained. There were times where we would be in the lounge room watching TV and eating dinner, when we'd hear the sound of newspaper rustling coming from the kitchen. The sound was very specific and sounded exactly like someone was sitting at the kitchen table, reading the paper and flipping the pages. But when Mum would go to look, there was nobody there, and all the doors were still closed and locked. And then came the coughing. We started to hear this noise that sounded like someone was coughing or clearing their throats, but it sounded muffled, almost like we were hearing this noise from underwater. Around the time when the newspaper noise started was when I started seeing and hearing things that didn't make sense. Me and my sister shared a room, with me on the top bunk and my sister on the bottom. The bunk beds were along the far right wall as you walked into the room, and the door would swing in the direction of the bunk beds. I decorated my room by hanging a bright coloured beaded curtain down my bedroom door, which would rattle when the door moved, and another one along the wall near the ladder to the top bunk. This was a bad idea. Every night, I would hear the beads on the door moving, as if someone was running their hands softly up and down the beaded curtain. and every time I'd look, the noise would continue, but there was nothing there. But the chains seemed to be moving on their own. I distinctly remember this feeling like I was being watched, but there was nothing there, and I could hear my sister sleeping in the bottom bunk. And then there was the shadow. I started to see what looked like an outline of a person or a dark shadow that would stand in the corner all night. I started taking a torch with me to bed to catch whoever this was in action, but there was nothing there. I convinced myself that this was the moonlight casting shadows, so I left it at that. I was still terrified and began sleeping with a nightlight on. Because of the layout of the house and my mom being a very light sleeper, there's no way my brother would have walked past mom without waking her up. If I went to the bathroom in the middle of the night, my mom would be woken up by me tiptoeing past her room, so there's no way this was my brother. Not to mention that there was nobody there. And then came the incident. It was a normal night and we'd finished dinner and were watching TV in the lounge room. I was on the sofa that went along the wall that connected to my room. The heater was directly in front of me, with my brother sitting in front of it, the TV to my front left, and my mum and sister sitting on the sofa on my left, the wall that connected to the kitchen wall. Hung on the wall directly above the heater was a large picture frame that spanned the length of the heater. Everything seemed normal when out of nowhere the picture frame dropped, directly onto my brother's head. This would have been my brother's fate had it not been for his quick reflexes. He still got hit, but not as badly as it would have been if he didn't move. I know the logical reason for this happening was that the hook on the wall broke or the string connecting the frame to the wall snapped. But here's the thing, the hook on the wall was still bolted in place and hadn't moved, and there was nothing on the frame to indicate damage. That, and the frame was too heavy to have been sitting there on the tip of the hook without immediately falling down when it was placed there months before. It was after this happened that my mother looked into the history of the house, and what she found was disturbing to say the least. This town was prone to flooding, and it was near the Tambo River. Allegedly, a man who lived in that house had drowned in a flood, as per my mother's research. I haven't been able to confirm this in my research, but I can confirm that people have drowned in this area because of flooding in the past. I don't know what was up with that house, or if what I saw and heard were real, but I'd be interested in hearing on what you have to say about it. Real? Bad dreams? Hearing things? Let me know. When I was a kid, maybe about 5, we lived in a house that intersects a highway and a railroad crossing in an area prone to flooding. Weird things happen in that house, like things falling off the walls and there being no explanation for it, and strange sounds that made no sense. Like the sound of newspaper rustling coming from the kitchen, but there's nobody there, or banging on the walls when there's nothing on the other side of it. My mother found out after we left that house that somebody who had lived there had died. She couldn't find out if they died in the house or how they died or when. This brings me to my current research, 26 years later after a very unstable childhood and drawing the short straw in life. And on top of that, there's my unexplained fear of drowning I've had my entire life. I've never had an issue with water, so I don't know why I have that fear. Sympathy isn't what I'm here for, so let's get to the point. I'm trying to find out if somebody died there. Who, when, how, etc., which is a harder task than I thought it would be. Which brings me here to ask you guys for advice on how I would go about this. I've contacted the historical society in the city closest to this town, and the church in the town to see if there's anything in their records of a funeral being held for somebody from that house. It's a long shot, but all I can think of to find out more information. The town has a population of 814 people, which might make things easier to find these things out. And this town is in another state than the one I'm in, so there's no way of me getting there, so all of my research is online and through phone calls. Any advice would be greatly appreciated. For reference, my father, F, lived in a cabin on stilts, right next to a river in the mountains as a child. He was around 10 when this happened. The long driveway that led to his house along with the other cabin that belonged to a family friend and was primarily used as a vacation home, had a sort of slope on one side of the house. It went down rather far, and trees filled the area. Where the land became flat, there sat an old trailer, one of the small ones. Part of the river was near it, which will later be important to the story. Keep in mind that no one in the family ever spoke about this trailer, and as far as my father could remember, it was never even acknowledged. F and his cousin C would constantly explore places that most people would walk away from, even as young children. I've been told stories of them climbing down into caves with only a flashlight, or just waltzing into abandoned cabins in the middle of the woods, without a second thought. Yet they never went down to that trailer. F said that they would often look down the hill to the trailer, but never climbed down due to the intensely negative vibe the place gave off. One night, F and C were playing outside around dusk. For some reason or another, they ended up at the top of the hill, looking down at the trailer. This time, though, it was different. Near the top of the trailer, there was a small window, a small little port window kind of thing. They saw a face looking back at them through the window and immediately booked it. They ran down the driveway back towards the cabin, panicked about what they had just seen. When F looked back, they saw a floating head chasing after them. F had a hard time describing the head, as it's been a long time since the event took place, but he kept reiterating that it had a strange kind of glow to it. The way he described it was as if you look at a light bulb, it was like the aura around it. C had said that it seemed like a fireball. When they arrived back at the cabin's front porch, the head was no longer chasing them and was nowhere in sight. They never told their parents about the experience because a floating head was chasing Hood. Who's going to believe that? Later, I believe a year or so later, but it could have been longer, a huge flood hit the area. The waters were so deep that the entire trailer would have been completely submerged. When the floodwaters receded, the trailer was gone, washed away with the water. No one in the family ever mentioned it or spoke about it, and no trace of it was ever seen again. We finally arrived at my aunt's house after the 26-hour drive from California to Texas. It's early in the morning, so we unpack the car and go to bed. I wake up and it's a normal day. We get up, have lunch, and go on about our day as normal. Everything was fine until I saw him. Okay, let me give you the layout more or less so you can understand where everything took place. Imagine you walk in the front door. You enter a small 10 by 10 living room with an archway that leads to a hallway that runs from left to right with another archway directly across the first one, which leads to the kitchen. To the left was a restroom at the end and a small abandoned bedroom immediately to the left of the restroom. On the opposite side, there were two bedrooms across from each other. One room boarded up for some reasons unknown, and the other is my aunt's room. I remember being in my aunt's room when I got this gnarly urge to pee. I get off the bed and beeline to the restroom. As soon as I made it to the restroom door, I got this twisted feeling in my gut that told me, no. Damn near forced me to look into the abandoned room. That's when I saw him. The old man looked like he was trying to find something in the closet. He stopped what he was doing, smiled at me, and then tapped his watch before I ran into the restroom, used it, and then ran back to my aunt's room. I explained what I saw to my mom and aunt, and they were a tad bit spooked but otherwise unfazed. Turns out I described my great-grandpa that I had never met to them, and they thought it was fine. They were getting dressed to go out clubbing, so I got on the bed and sat cross-legged when I started hearing this high-pitched sound in my ear that drowned out everything. I remember letting out a slow breath with my lungs were getting slowly squeezed, and that's when it began. It was like my body froze and I perceived everything going on around, as if someone was fast-forwarding a movie. I couldn't hear anything but that loud, high-pitched sound that would turn to a deep rumbling hum and revert back. I could see them walking around at crazy high speeds. I could see everything, but I couldn't move, speak, nor react to anything. This went on for what felt like 5 or 10 minutes, but would turn out to be 2, almost 3 hours. My mom recalls it as me being in somewhat of a trance, but she said my eyes would follow her, so she wasn't worried. This trance went on until my uncle showed and my mom and aunt left. He walked into the room and shook me. At that moment, all my senses returned and I began screaming. He grabbed me and asked if I was okay. I told him what happened and he just looked pale and never spoke about it. Until today. It's been just about 20 years since this happened, and he calls me out of the blue to tell me it's bothered him till this day. He said that when he shook me, my lips were blue. I was cold, and my eyes were glossed over while I was looking into the distance. He said he shook me because tears were running down my expressionless face. He started crying on the phone and said it looked like I was dead, and for some reason, he's never been able to shake the image out of his head. I explained everything to him, and he had no words. Neither did I. Since I was a child, I saw entities around me that shouldn't be there. I remember some instances where an angry-looking female, ghost-like creature was standing beside my bed. But my parents recalled situations where I said I saw things in the house when I was awake as well. I have no memories of these awake encounters. I do remember being afraid to go into certain rooms growing up. I never really knew why. Even to this day, some rooms in the house I grew up in feel uncanny. The encounters seem to occur more often at certain locations, though I feel like lately it's been following me everywhere. The encounters stopped throughout puberty, but started again around the age of 18. Back then, being the empiricist I was, I figured it was something along the lines of sleep paralysis. But lately, things have changed and I'm starting to believe that these might be paranormal experiences. I'm quite sure that whatever I'm experiencing isn't sleep paralysis. The entities I see are detailed. They usually move, sometimes talk to me, and I can always move freely. They usually happen after waking up in the middle of the night, but sometimes at daytime too. The entities often vary in appearance, but are exclusively humanoid. One time, a slender figure was next to my bed on the floor. Its bones were almost popping out of its skin, and it was furiously digging on my hardwood floor with its long nails. I live on the 3rd floor in an apartment, so I have no clue why it would dig there. I sprang up, started aggressively yelling at it. I turned around to turn the lights back on. When I looked back, it had disappeared. It looked quite similar to the Sandman when you Google creepypasta and look at images. Scary. It also reminded me of Gollum. Another example happened a few months ago. I was on vacation and sleeping on the ground floor. I saw a gargoyle-looking creature outside looking at me through my window. I figured it was just my imagination and went back to sleep. When I woke up later, the same creature was sitting in a crouched position on a small wardrobe right in front of my bed. Instead of aggressively reacting to it like I normally do, I decided to focus on my breathing to see what would happen. It started talking to me in a language I've never heard before. It sounded similar to what I imagine ancient Latin sounds like, but I can't say for sure. The weird thing is that I could understand every word that it was telling me. I've since forgotten what it told me, but I remember the feeling all too well. I feel like it was inviting me for something and trying to calm me down, which was very counterintuitive, considering the way the creature looked. I decided to sleep in a different room in the house for the rest of the week, and had no encounters anymore, but felt a presence whenever I walked into that room. Now, you might just tell me that I'm hallucinating, and I would absolutely believe you, if it wasn't for some information I uncovered in the last couple months. I was dating a girl at the time, and after falling asleep together in my bed, I woke up in the dead of night, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw a shadowy entity in front of my closet. It looked like it wore a detective hat and had a long coat, similar to the Incognito Man. It instantly vanished when I turned to look at it. I sat up, my breathing was heavy, and the girl next to me told me that it was okay, and I should go back to sleep. Without telling her what I saw, I did, and woke up the next morning. At the breakfast table, she told me that something was looking at her for a couple of minutes, just before I woke up that night. According to her, it was a shadowy figure that looked like the Incognito Man, and it was standing right before my closet, just floating and staring. An almost exact description of what I saw. I never told her about what I saw before that moment. It freaked me out. This was proof that what I was seeing was more than a figment of my imagination. She told me she didn't want to tell me at night because she didn't want to scare me as I needed my sleep. I was very busy at the time. Afterwards, she told me that she regularly saw me wake up and yell, that there was shadows around me, or that they were coming for me, often while physically flailing around or jumping out of bed to attack or look for an intruder. I have no recollection of this whatsoever. I've had many occasions where a girl that slept over after a night out randomly left in the middle of the night and disappeared from my life, even though we had the greatest time. I think I finally know why. This was the first time another person saw the same entity as me, and it freaked me the fuck out. I decided to ask my parents whether they knew more about this. My father admitted that his side of the family was known for having had paranormal encounters, and even having these spiritual healing powers. At first, I was obviously skeptical, but he told me about seeing and hearing things at certain places we stayed over during holidays. Those were the exact locations where I had an increase of strange encounters. More proof that I'm not the only one having these encounters, even though me and my father never had a real-time experience together. I tried to find out more about these strange healing powers and entities, so I talked with my grandma's sister, as my grandmother unfortunately passed away a few years ago. The lady I talked to used to be a clinical psychologist and is now retired. Her explanation included spirituality, otherworldly energies, an afterlife, and an ability to heal through energy, though this drained her, so she wouldn't use it often. Instead, she would use scientific-based therapy to help clients. That's a contrast I found interesting. I've never spoken to her, but I felt a strong connection to her instantly, and she was absolutely convinced that what she was saying was the truth. She even invited me to join this weird spiritual group that, according to her, had existed since ancient times. I felt a bit like a cult, so I politely declined. Now this all sounds great, but she's not seeing any scary, detailed figures in the dead of night, but rather floating matter of some sort of divine energy. I've not told her about the detailed entities. Perhaps I should. The sightings have been getting worse and I'm losing sleep over it. I'm quite anxious and I'm wondering whether anyone knows what might be going on and if I should be worried. I'm open for discussion and suggestions. I believe I was around 13 or 14 at the time, and my parents and I were living with my grandparents in a duplex house that was a barn house many years ago. There was something about that house that had always felt off, like I was constantly being watched by something, but I initially assumed at the time that it was probably just my overactive imagination. I should also mention that it may have been related, but my great-aunt died in the front unit shortly after we started living there. My room was in what used to be an attic, but was renovated by my grandfather. The first room that the stairs led into was basically a mini living room with a couple chairs, a TV, and a counter, which was usually just used to store unused greeting cards and stuff for wrapping gifts. On the counter near the back of it was a book that my mother had forgotten when she was up there, and everything else was neatly organised with nothing that was sticking out that could be hit or anything like that. She got me out of bed and we began to walk towards the stairs to go get me ready for school. She had already passed the counter, but as I went to follow her, the book flew off the counter and hovered for a moment in the air. It then just dropped to the floor, and that was my one and only experience on the third floor. It wasn't until after that my father told me he had some weird things happen in the basement. I also had some experiences down there myself. The basement had a living room area for us in case we just wanted some family time with just the three of us. That didn't really end up happening, but what did was either myself or my friends and I would hang out down there, playing video games and the like. Every once in a while down there, I would hear what sounded like a door being slammed in the basement. Specifically, it sounded like the door to my grandfather's workshop, but there wouldn't be anyone in it, and when asked, no one would have gone down. There was also what sounded like someone walking about in the then empty unit that was above the basement living room, and when asked, there wouldn't have been anyone that went in. I've had some other possible experiences with the paranormal throughout my life, like in an apartment several years later. Saw what looked like a human figure lean into my room, like they were checking on me before going back around the corner. Thought that one was just my mother checking in on me, or perhaps my stepfather, but neither had. Later on, I also thought I saw a figure again downstairs in the storage area, but after turning the light on, there was nothing there, nor anything that I could have mistaken it for. My grandfather passed away in October of 2019, at the age of 90. He was an amazing man who lived his life to the fullest, till his final breath. He was my idol, hero, and father figure. He taught me how to sail, carpentry, and got me into the good old days of music like Nat King Cole, Dean Martin, and his favourites, Frank Sinatra. One of the last times that my son saw him was 2 weeks prior to his passing. He was 7 at the time, and had asked my granddad about a photo on his mantle. It was a stock photo of an astronaut on the moon, with the face cut out, and Grandpa had a picture of himself in there. My son asked if he was an astronaut, and Grandpa, being the sharp-witted guy he was, said yes. He told him that he had been to the moon, but never got the chance to taste to see if it tasted like cheese. He told my son that he should become an astronaut, and bring him back a piece of the moon so they could eat together. Cute. September 1st, 2020 would have been my grandpa's 91st birthday. My family decided that we should all have a glass of his favourite drink, Grandad's whiskey, at 5 p.m, when we would have all been home from work. As I'm sipping my drink, I'm talking to him and Grandma, she passed in 1999, under my breath, telling them I missed them and that I hope they're happy and that they're proud of me. As I finish that statement, my son comes outside with a scooter and is singing "Fly Me to the Moon" by Frank. Fighting the shock, I asked him where he'd heard that song. He said that I had played it before and that it was in his head. Now, I do play a lot of the older music when I'm doing dishes or cooking. That song is a bop and could have easily been stuck in his head from something prior. Could this just be a coincidence that he would sing that song at that exact moment? Or could Grandpa have intervened somehow to let me know he was doing well? Either way, I choose the latter to keep my spirits high. I'm still very weirded and freaked out about what happened last night, June 12th, and I need to know if it was something paranormal or something else. So I'm a new lover of fishing. My boyfriend, we'll call him A, has been fishing since he was a little kid. I've been fishing for just over a year now. I absolutely love night fishing. We go to 2 places to fish, a local pond and then a lake a few towns over. All of our night fishing is done at the lake, and we've been here 10 plus times in the past year. I'm very comfortable there. Last night, though, was the most uncomfortable I've ever been there. We decided to get one last fish in before we needed to renew our licenses, and we decided to take a friend. We'll call them B, because they'd never fished before. We stopped at the store to get what we needed, and some snacks before we went out. B got off at 9 from the same store we shopped at, so we left the parking lot around 9:30. This is when things started to feel weird. We were going to get dinner through a drive-thru because none of us had eaten yet. Our local Taco Bell was closed. Strange, but I thought nothing of it. It's normally open till 1 a.m. So we tried Burger King, also closed. We were annoyed and just decided to go straight to the lake and forget about it. On our drive, we almost hit a pack of 3 deer just standing in the road. We live in the Midwest. Deer aren't uncommon, and neither are animals in general. But there was something off about these animals. We had never seen more than a deer on the drive. We then almost hit 2 foxes and several opossums. We got to the lake and there were only 2 other cars. More than likely people using their boat late at night. We get set up at our usual spot and almost instantly were bombarded with the most bugs I've ever seen. Biting through jeans and hoodies. B ran home to get some bug spray. As soon as B got in their car, the bugs had come to almost a complete halt. Only a few moths remained. It was also eerily quiet. I've never heard it that quiet before. We had poles in the water all night and weren't getting a single bite. Not even fish nibbling the bait either. I used 1 worm for the entire 2 hours we were there. B comes back and another car shows up. Some people get out and go into the area behind us. They were very quiet the entire time and don't use a light. No big deal, but after they got there, I started to get the feeling that someone was in the trees behind me all night. I couldn't tell if I was just overly conscious about the people or what. B started telling ghost stories and other scary stories. Normally A and I would add to those, but we just refused to add into the conversation. It slowly turned into a conversation about the sky, which had gotten brighter since we were there. When we got there, it was already dark out. The moon was covered by clouds and only peeking out from behind us, while the sky in front of us began to change from the dark grey you see to a peachy orange colour. It got brighter and brighter, like the sun was setting in reverse setting. Not too long after, we decided to leave. We hadn't got a single bite all night. I had to pull some gear off a snagged line, and A began to get extremely impatient. B had packed up, and A had packed up about half of his stuff. I still needed to pack up. When we directed our attention back to the sky, it was dark. So dark that you could barely tell the colour of the trees from the sky. After everything was loaded in the car, I hopped in my car and B started their car. B and A were standing outside the cars talking when they both stopped and looked into the distance. "Did you fucking see that?" A asked B, and then B's light shut off. A jumped in my car and started it and looked at B one more time. I kept asking what he'd seen. We've seen some things when we leave or on the drive home before, but we've concluded that it's from being tired. He kept not telling me until I finally pushed out of him. He and B had seen the exact same thing. Where we were sitting, it looked like a human figure just standing there watching us. A said it wasn't tense, like it was standing there almost relaxed, like you would if you were watching a friend leave. We called B, and we talked to him the entire time at home. We left our spots at exactly 12 a.m. I mentioned to A that I had felt weird the entire night, to which they both agreed. I had a feeling of impending doom all night, and I just didn't want to say anything because I didn't grow up spending time outside like that. I normally feel weird being outside after dark anyway. During the 30-minute drive home, we had almost hit another couple deer, fox and a possum. The night was so dark that we couldn't see the lines on the road past where my lights were cut off. And even barely that. I have a 3-year-old car with LED headlights, so I know it's not them dying or anything. We didn't hit a single red light home until we got to the border of the town we were in and out down. Once the light changed and we crossed the city limits, we all instantly felt better. Even B, who lived 5 minutes from the lake. We looked at the time and it was exactly 12:30. I've never felt anything like this. I've seemed stiff before and whatnot, but I've never felt like the same thing as someone else. And it's never been this intense. Was there something paranormal? Or was this just our minds playing with us? So I've had a few paranormal experiences in my life thus far. Some frightening stuff, but nothing that was actually dangerous in retrospect. I recently started a security job in a bank. I work overnight and monitor the entirety of the building's interior, as well as the patrols of the exterior. The building is 6 stories, with only the bottom one actually being the functional bank. The upper floors are mainly untouched and outdated offices, with a few being rented by businesses. No one whatsoever is in the building at night time, and surveillance doesn't cover the upper floors, because they're so well separated from the bank. While doing my rounds of the upper levels and checking every unlocked room, i.e. bathrooms, closets, mechanical rooms, storage spaces, stairwells, the whole 9 yards. Didn't find anything, as usual. But while I was on the 4th floor, I heard someone call my name and heard a door close. Of course, I was freaked out. But I pushed through the fear and tried to stay rational. I did a second sweep of the floor and again, nothing. Then I got really scared. I got to the stairwell on that floor and opened the door to listen. Stairwells echo really badly, so we're taught to be silent and listen for intruders. While I'm standing there, head picked through the door, I don't hear anything. Until I do. 2 men's voices come from the stairwell, I'm assuming. I announced myself and started up. but found nothing and didn't hear any doors open or close, which I should have. Then I'm at the last flight up to the roof, and I hear loud footsteps running up the stairs. I'm absolutely terrified and prepare myself for a physical altercation. Weapon at the ready, I wait for the perp to come to me because I'm on high ground. The steps sound close enough that I should be able to see the person causing them, but I don't. Then I hear laboured breathing with the steps and still see nothing. Next thing I know, I'm physically pushed back. I didn't fall very far, more like collapsed into the steps behind me. The sounds continue to the roof door, and to my shock, it opens with a bang and then shuts. I actually saw it open and shut. It's normally locked, so I got to secure it and call the cops. But when I get to it, it's locked. I have absolutely no explanation for this. I've never been pushed or physically touched by an entity, and I'm shaken badly. On top of this, the next night, I'm sitting in the lobby with elevators behind me. Again, no one in the building. And I hear the outdated elevator go up some floors, stop and shift with weight entering it, then come back down. I'm absolutely terrified as it touches down and the doors open. No one in sight, but when I got up to look closer, stepped toward me, pushed me over, and then ran up the stairwell adjacent to the elevator. I'm terrified of this building. I'm the first female guard they've hired, newer company. The men I've spoken to don't experience anything. It pays too good to quit, but I'm at a loss of what to do. I come from a family who believes in the paranormal, because we all had some kind of experience or encounter with paranormal beings. My mother comes from a family of witches or curanderos, healers, so it's in my blood. Since I was a kid, I've been haunted by several spirits. Some were good, some were bad. But I'm going to tell you about the Shadow Man. My first encounter with him was when I was 8 years old. One night I couldn't sleep, so I started counting from 1 to 100. Suddenly, I started to hear a weird voice. I got really scared, and I tried to wake my brother. We slept in a bunk bed, but he was far too sleepy. I covered myself and started praying. Bad call. Never pray. Curse at them. Don't know why, but it works. But I knew that the thing was there. My heart was pounding so hard, so I ran as fast as I could to the living room, but my parents weren't there. They were outside talking to the neighbours. In the living room was only my dog, who was also asleep. I turned around slowly and I saw the kitchen back door open, and then a dark, big shadow extended through the kitchen towards the living room. I screamed and tried to get out, but it was like a force that wouldn't let me out. I could see my parents, but they couldn't hear me. Suddenly, I fell to the ground and ran to my parents. I told them what happened, but they didn't believe me. They thought it was my imagination. After that, I saw him all the time, everywhere in the house. He used to stare at me a lot and hide, but I could see him. At the age of 24, I left my house and started living in another country. My room was always empty. Not long ago, my mum asked a friend who was some kind of spiritualist to do a check in the house. My mum never had told her about the spirits or the Shadow Man. The friend said that in our house were beings that were playful and kind, but there was one that was not bad, but not good. A 6 feet tall shadow. According to her, the shadow was invited by someone into the house in the 80s. I wasn't born yet. And he stayed there. She said that he used to stay in my room because he would feed off my energy. The friend asked him to leave, and he did. My mum was stunned. She then believed me. Now, I feel kind of relieved that I wasn't making all that up. It was real. I, 19, still live with my parents, along with my little sister 14 and little brother 17. Many things have happened in this house, and it's gotten to the point where I feel safer staying at my boyfriend's house. We got this house when I was around 11, and I would cry to my mum almost every night after getting out of the shower. Because while I would shower, I would hear someone talking to me from the other side of the shower curtain. It got so bad, I eventually made my mother stay in the bathroom while I showered. A couple of years go by and nothing happens. When I started high school, things started happening again, but worse. I would often hear things. Things would move by themselves and nothing would ever be in the same spot where I had left it beforehand. I told my parents about this, but they thought I was crazy for about 2 years. Then things started happening to them as well. One morning I woke up with a burning sensation on my leg. I had 3 upside down K's scratched onto my leg. At first I thought maybe I had done it in my sleep, but they were aligned perfectly. Plus at the time, I always chewed on my nails so I couldn't have done it. About 2 years ago, my little sister came running into my room around 3:30, shaking me, saying Mom was screaming. Go into her room and she's hysterical, crying her eyes out with the cover pulled all the way over her head, and my dad comforting her. My mum is shaking and she's so scared she couldn't even talk. My dad left for work that morning around 4, and my mum couldn't sleep unless she had me in there with her. She refused to tell me what happened for a couple of days, and then finally told me. She told me she had woken up and saw a rather short black figure standing next to my dad. She said the figure was all black, but could feel how evil it was, and had a red and orange glow behind it. She was so scared, she wouldn't let me leave her alone in the house. Fast forward to 2020. I met my boyfriend and had him over for the first time. He ends up staying the night, but I didn't tell him about my house in fear of scaring him off. It's around 2ish in the morning, and my parents are asleep, and my brother is at a friend's house, and my little sister is in the dining room painting, and me and my boyfriend are in my brother's room because he has a PlayStation, I sadly don't, in his room. I'm playing a game and he's watching me play. I look over and he's not paying attention. He's looking into the living room and he looks very pale. I ask him if he's okay and what's wrong, but he doesn't answer. I then start shaking him. He then says, "Who's that standing in front of your parents' room?" This freaked me out. I look and there's nothing there. I then ask him to describe what he said, and he described in perfect detail exactly what my mom saw a couple years prior. A couple months later, my boyfriend is in my room by himself, and my parents are outside on the porch talking. I go in to get him to come inside and go on a walk with us, but when I walk into my room, he's under the covers and my nightstand is completely upside down. He's pale and shaking, and I ask him what the fuck happened. He explained he was on his phone, waiting for me to come back, when everything on my nightstand flew off and then flipped over. I had glass bottles and a couple mini paintings on my nightstand. Broken glass was everywhere. This was a couple months after we got together, but there's so much more I haven't told. I don't feel safe here, and I don't know what to do or who to turn to. I don't know what it is in my house, but it's definitely not friendly. I haven't even gotten into half of what's happened here. Ever since I was little, I believed in the paranormal. And every once in a while, I'd have an encounter. My house isn't new, about 50 years to be exact, and I've lived here almost my entire life. And to our knowledge, no one has died here. I think one of the occurrences I kept on having when I was little was waking up in the middle of the night and running into my mom's room and eventually going to sleep in her bed. I've never had paralysis, and I could move every time. But when I looked out her doorway, on the frame would be a tall, thin figure. When I looked away and back, it would get closer and then retreat. I've tried to debunk this in the daytime, and it wasn't there. I thought maybe it was the darkness, but I didn't know it looked too human-like. I think it could be debunked. My parents just don't really like hearing about the scary stuff. It freaks them out, and especially because this took place in their room multiple times. I don't think they want to hear it. Dolls. At 13, I was a very paranoid person, and one night I woke up around 2. I want to say still delirious. I could hear a woman's voice talking to me. She had a soothing presence and was calming me back to sleep. She whispered, "Are you there?" Or, "Are you awake?" I drowsily responded with a yes, and felt a wave of warmth and soft comfort wash over me, and slept soundly the rest of the night with no nightmares. Nothing scary, just peace. It was kind of odd, but very nice to hear. Funny how my brain didn't register that it was a spirit. Usually I get crazy scared or excited for this stuff. A month before the incident, I went to Goodwill and got a Victorian-looking doll which I bought on impulse, hoping it had a spirit. My friends dubbed her named the Pink Lady, hence her very pink long dress. Everything was alright, but at night I always felt like she was looking directly at me, no matter where I stood in the room. I could feel a sense of hatred for me. She hated the music I would put on and would definitely make me feel ill, paranoid, etc. But one day, funny enough, this old jazz 40s or at least 50s song turned on, and I no longer felt watched. She stopped looking at me, and I could finally look at her and hold her without being creeped out. She even seemed like a friend. She got upset when I was crying and hated to see people hurt me. Recently, she's been not so active. Maybe because I'm not so scared anymore, or she dislikes where she is in my room. She always expressed to me that she loved sitting on my dresser. During the summer, I got a pendulum, and when I used it to talk to, hopefully other spirits because of many occurrences. First the Pink Lady came on, and then someone else. Whenever I would use it after the day, the second person would always come in and pretend to be her. I could tell her it was how it was moved that it wasn't her. She was always so excited to talk to me, but this person was dull and felt sad. I've tried to get their name and at least gender. I asked, "Are you a man?" "No." "Are you a girl?" "No." I've tried to go through the entire alphabet to at least get a first name, but they wouldn't answer. "Does your name start with A?" "No." Skip to E. "Does your name start with E?" No answer. I asked where they like to reside. "Are you mainly in my room?" "No." "What about the bathroom?" No answer, but a slight yes. My friend has spirits in his house, and there's an evil presence that blocks everyone else from talking on his spirit box. Maybe this is the same scenario. Maybe there's someone bad in the house blocking her from speaking. I'm not sure. I'll take any advice. The conversation. Am I talking to the Pink Lady? No. Can I talk to her? No. Are you a man? Yes. Are you new? No. Have you been here a long time? No. Did you follow me? Slight movement to yes. Did you follow me from a friend's house? Yes. Are you an adult? Huge swing towards no. Are you a kid like me? No. Are you an elder? No. Are you even human? No answer, but slight no. Are you evil? No. Are you good? No. Asking where he likes to reside. Do you like being in my sister's room? Are you mainly there? No. My parents' offices? No. My room? No. The kitchen? Slight yes. The family room? Our kitchen is in the same room as the family room. Yes. Can you move on? Yes. Do you want to move on? No. Did you follow me a year ago? Slight yes. Of course, I thanked him for his time and said goodbye. Recently, I've been feeling extremely sad at night time, and that could be him. I'm guessing since a lot of bad spirits feed off negativity, maybe he's giving that to me. I've never felt this way the night before, and it started after I talked to him for the first time. I'm not sure if he's a liar trying to scare me, and I get the feeling he's a trickster because of the awful dreams I get each night. Weird, vivid, scary dreams. I'm a bit scared there's an entity attached to me. I recently got incense and I burn it a lot for my deities, and those are the nights I don't get sad. I'm Wiccan/pagan, and I think I might need to make a protection spell. I'm very short on what to do next. Sage might help, along with smudging my house. Since you won't tell me your name, I'll give you one. Yes. Do you want me to call you Isaiah? No. Mark? No. Miles? Strong yes. So now I've dubbed him Miles. I was talking to my friend that I mentioned in previously, and he said he might be shy and scared to open up. Are you shy? Kinda. Do you have a lot of mental health issues? Strong yes. Oh, same. I have OCD and ADHD, along with anxiety. Do you have anxiety? Kinda. PTSD? I couldn't think of anything else. Kinda. Do you have a motive? No. Are you a demon? No. Are you human? No. Are you lying? I think you're lying. No response. Are you attached to this house? No. Are you attached to a person? Yes. Is it me? Yes. Do you follow me because you're scared? No answer. Or are you lonely? No answer. Are you scared to tell me anything? Yes. Do you have trust issues? Slight yes. I still feel like he's lying to me a bit. Scared to tell me anything, which is a bit disappointing. I came into today's session with that in mind, and I don't feel as paranoid. I don't feel scared at all, actually. I think it's because I comforted him, or started off before asking questions, saying who I am and what the pendulum does. Who knows if the spirit just wants to follow me? My youngest brother is 13 years younger than me. We used to play hide and seek all the time when he was between 2 and 3 years old. I stopped after a weird experience occurred back in 1999. I was always a nerdy girl and even enjoyed doing homework after school at our dining room table. Every evening, my little brother Eddie would come running from someplace in the house and say, "Come find me," and then proceed to hide in the same spot every time. That spot was in the living room, behind one of those big, old-school floor speakers. The living room and dining room are separated by a wall, so I'd have to walk around it and towards the corner of the living room to find Eddie. I would look around asking, I wonder where Eddie could be. He's hiding so well. And then I'd jump and yell, "Found you!" He'd squeal with delight and run away while I chased him to wherever my parents were to save him. Then I'd go back to doing homework. Well, except for that last time. I was sitting doing homework as usual, and Eddie came running up to me. He didn't say anything, but I knew what he wanted. I said, "Oh no, Eddie is too good at hiding. I don't know if I'll be able to find him this time." I watched him take off around the wall, and I gave him a minute to hide. I put down my pencil and began the routine. I jumped in front of the spot, but the words I was about to utter caught in my throat. The spot was empty. At that moment I heard Eddie's giggling coming from my parents' room on the other side of the house. There's no way he could have made it down the hall without me seeing or hearing his footsteps reverberate off the marble flooring. I went over and tried to open my parents' bedroom door, but it was locked. I knocked and waited. My mother opened up a few seconds later, and I asked why I looked so confused. I asked her if Eddie had just been out in the living room, and she said no, that he'd been with her in the room for some time. I felt like a lead weight dropped into the pit of my stomach. I didn't explain anything to my mum at that point. I just asked if I could finish my homework in her room. Eddie didn't act any different, but I refused to play hide and seek with him anymore. Recently, it happened again, sort of. Now, I'm 37, with 2 kids of my own. My 7-year-old daughter likes to hide whenever we're visiting Grandma and Grandpa at that same house. The speakers are gone, and she does change up her hiding spots. However, the area where Eddie's hiding spot was still works. The difference is now there's a couch to hide behind instead. About a week ago, I walked into my parents' house to pick my daughter up after a visitation with her father. My parents were in their bedroom, but I have a key, so I let myself in. I assumed she was already there, so when I heard a noise coming from the living room, I figured it was just her hiding again. I walked quietly to the living room, toward the couch, and was about to jump and scare her when I heard the front door open. In comes my daughter, all smiles, running to hug me. I looked over, and there was no one behind the couch. Definitely didn't mention it to her or anyone until now. What the heck is going on? I remember once, just once, something eerie happened with that stereo. It was your typical late 80s, early 90s kid, always waiting for my favourite songs to come on the radio, so I could press the record button on the tape deck to create epic mixtapes. One Saturday or Sunday afternoon in 1999 or 2000, when I was 16 or 17, my brother Rene, middle sibling who's 3 years younger, and I were vibrating to some jams on the radio in the living room, when all of a sudden a burst of strange static exploded from the speakers of the stereo. No words, just warbling static. Our first reaction was fear, not of something paranormal, but of our parents because we knew the loud noise would land us in a world of pain. We both ran to the stereo and tried the knob to turn down the volume, but it didn't change anything. Then we tried to turn the system off completely. Still nothing. We knew we were about to get some smacks if we didn't shut it off, so naturally I went to pull the plug. Still no change. Rene and I looked at each other and slowly backed away from the stereo, covering our ears. Our father came to see why we had the sound up so loud, and he looked at us as we stood there, eyes wide, fear etched on our faces. He went from looking annoyed to confused as the static gradually dissipated to nothing. I wanted to cry, but held it together for my brow. We never really talked about it. It must have been residual current in the wires or something that kept it going even after we unplugged the system. It had to have been, right? I never touched that stereo again, but it worked fine for everyone else until we replaced it with something with more high tech. I ended up using my wood-panelled alarm clock to listen to music from then on, until that got weird too. So many things are coming back to me after all these years. This particular experience happened around 1999. I was about 16 and had finally gotten my own room the previous year. My room, my parents' bedroom, and the guest bathroom are all on one side of the house, down a long corridor. Parents on the left, me on the right facing their door, and the bathroom in the middle. At the end of the hall, you have the front door on the left, and my brother's room on the right. The hallway opens up to the dining room on the left, with the living room on the right. There's a sliding glass door on the furthest right wall that leads to the backyard. If you continue through the dining room, you hit the kitchen, which takes up that whole end of the house, including a hallway to the right and a door that also leads to the backyard. Okay, now that you have the layout has been established, I can get to the spooky parts. As much as I've always loved scary stories, books and movies, I'm a big scaredy cat when it comes to the dark. I don't like not being able to see what might be lurking in the shadows. I never feel truly alone in the dark. One night, I woke up around 3 a.m. and was in dire need of some water. I was super tired from some sporting event I'd participated in the previous afternoon, and was practically still half asleep as I walked down the hall to the kitchen. The dark was the furthest thing from my mind. I passed by the living room and glanced into the dark. I saw what I thought was my brother Rene, 3 years younger than me, sitting on the couch. His silhouette against the light of the moon coming in through the slats of the blinds on the sliding glass door. My initial thought was, what a weirdo, as I continued to the kitchen. I got my glass of refreshing water and downed it right then and there. My mother hated dishes in the bedrooms. I placed my glass in the sink to wash later and made my way back through the dark house. I remembered that Rene had been sitting in the living room, so I decided to check on him. Maybe he was having trouble sleeping, or something could be bothering him. I walked toward the living room and was about to ask him what he was up to, but he was no longer there. I looked around and didn't see him anywhere, so I figured he had gone back to bed. Odd that I hadn't heard him though. The floors in that house always complained, and still do, whenever anyone walks around. Didn't hear his door open or close either. I chalked it up to me being tired and went back to sleep. In the morning, during breakfast, I asked Rennie what he'd been doing in the living room around 3 a.m. He looked at me like I was crazy. He hadn't left his room all night. I told him what I had seen, and he said he'd seen something similar before. Only saw that shadow once. I never went near the living room at night anymore. I'd bring a glass of water to bed. Mother's wrath be damned. This happened about 15 minutes ago. I'm sitting in my room after my school has finished, and I'm getting ready to go with my parents to their job, where I also work. I hear my parents' door across mine open, and I think my dad is coming through to get his shoes from downstairs. But I hear both my parents downstairs. I look up and see the door just opening at a gradual speed, like I couldn't recreate that natural movement if I wanted to. I very cautiously walked over and tested to see if I was insane. I tried to check to see if the AC was on, because it causes air to rush into the stairs area, which causes the doors to gently close. The only problem, it closes doors, but only a little bit at a time. This door opened inward into my parents' room, and the AC wasn't even on. The objects around my parents' room could not have opened the door and were all at rest. My dog was downstairs, and my cat was under my bed as usual when the door opened, so there's no way they could have caused it. Sometimes that specific door gets shut incorrectly and springs back open a little because the thing that pushes back to wedge in the doorway doesn't get pushed into the wedge or hole. I tried to recreate it, but no matter what position I had the door, no matter how close I had the door to completely closed, even when I pushed it to give it a head start, it didn't open all the way, only a few inches. Parents believe that it happened, but don't believe it to be a ghost. We live in a house that was built when we moved here, Round Rock, Texas. There are hundreds of other houses around us, so what are the damn odds that we got chosen after 17 years for something to happen? Am I insane, or is there something happening here? I'm going off to college in a few months, and I don't want to lose my damn mind every night going to sleep, in fear of something that may or may not exist. About 10 years ago, when I was 20, I was living at home with my parents. We had a cat named Lily. She was mostly black and tan, and she was impossibly affectionate, sweeter than most dogs I'd met. Lily and I were closer than I can explain. She was barely 4 years old. One day, I came upstairs in a rush, late for class at my local community college. As I went to pet Lily, who appeared to be sleeping on a favourite chair, she was stiff to the touch, and my heart sank instantly. I broke down crying, called my folks at work immediately, and told them Lily was dead. They came home right away, and we were all devastated. This was so unfair. She was such a cared-for cat who got all the attention in the world. Always had her shots, checkups, etc. Just a freak occurrence that blindsided us. We sat in the living room crying together for hours until our heads hurt. When she was alive, Lily had a habit of finding a way to get her collar off. We always found it and put it back on her, but it was almost like our little game. She'd slip out of it, and we'd have to find it under a couch, chair or bed, and put it back on her. It was important she wore her collar because she was an indoor cat, and it had her rabies vaccination tag and our contact info if she ever got out. The sound of the two tags clinking together had a very distinct sound, different from any collars or tags of any other pets we've had in my life. Well, when I discovered her body, I noticed her collar wasn't on. Over the next few days, we searched the house high and low, and my mom kept an immaculately clean house. Every piece of furniture was upended, every mattress, box spring, armoire, dresser, and appliance searched. I suppose it wasn't necessary, but we wanted a little closure, and it eventually became a search for our own peace of mind, because we felt crazy for not being able to find it. A number of days or weeks went by, and though it was too strange to just outright accept, we had no other choice, and finally just gave up on searching for the collar and decided it would turn up on its own. Within a few days of calling off the search, I was awakened one night very abruptly. It was the jingle of Lily's collar. I was wide awake, listening for more, and I got it. I could hear her very clearly, and I was as awake as could be. We had no other pets at the time, and for a split second, I almost shot out of bed to see if she was outside of my room. But I knew instantly that was impossible. I was strangely at peace with it right then, though. I knew I wouldn't be able to hold or pet her, but the sound lasted several seconds and was very loud and clear. There was zero question in my mind what that noise was. In the morning, I went out into the family room, looking for the collar since I knew I'd heard it. No luck. I heard it a few more times after that, probably 6 or 7 in total. Most at night, but sometimes in the day. Always upstairs when I was downstairs, or vice versa if it was daytime. Some jingles came months apart, some came within a couple of nights of each other, but they were all very loud, clear, and definitely her. I never chased the sound because I was afraid it would lead to inevitable disappointments. I accepted that this was her, coming to comfort me the only way she could. The house was sold a couple of years ago, and to this day, Lily's collar is yet to be found. So this happened around 4 years ago, and I'm curious if this is actually a thing that can happen, or if it was a massive coincidence. I experience sleep paralysis from time to time, but not very often. And when I have, it's only a brief episode once in the night, for example. However, this was different. I was sleeping with my boyfriend at the time's place, who has never experienced sleep paralysis before, FYI, and was having a rough night's sleep. I was in and out of sleep paralysis literally all night. Never experienced multiple episodes in one night before, but literally as soon as I'd ridden the wave and woke up from one episode, I'd slip back off to sleep, straight into sleep paralysis again. I can't really remember what the sleep paralysis was, but it was nothing really specific. Just general not being able to move, seeing things move around the room, and seeing figures in the room. I also remember a hue of khaki green around the room. So I woke up exhausted. It really took it out of me. And the first thing I did when I woke up was sit up and say to my boyfriend how much of a terrible night I'd had, and then I was in and out of sleep paralysis the whole night, and I'd never experienced anything like that before. He replied saying he'd also been in and out of sleep paralysis all night. Remember, he'd never had it before. Again, nothing specific for him, just the same sort of experience as me. Was it a coincidence, despite him never experienced sleep paralysis before? I just found it was so continuous all night, which I'd never had before, and same for him. I lived in a house that was connected originally to a big mental hospital in northwest England. Our house was also next door but connected together, semi-detached. We owned a field at the back and went around to the side of the next door and a big field to the front of our house. This field was used for cows and later houses. Behind our field was the farm. The houses were built in 1900 and they were the pigman's house, ours, and the herdsman's house next door. When we moved into the house, it had been lived in for 30 to 20 years. We moved into the house in 93-94. The front door was nailed and boarded up, relevant to the story. The only door that was accessible was the back door. It had a surrounding yard with a door into the back and side garden. The house was a mess and needed a lot of work. First night I stayed there, I was about 13 or 14 at the time with my nan, as we were asked if we could let someone come round to try and sort out electricity and water. That night, we heard footsteps and banging. We put this down to being old and no carpets and imagination. When we finally got electric, I went to my bedroom, and as soon as I opened the door, the light started to spin, and then stopped, and the light bulb dropped out and it was hot. Things became more weird when we started working on the house. Things would move, and you saw what looked like someone walking around the house and on the grounds. One day, we started to knock down an old brick flue that went on an old boiler. That night, I was woken up dead at 1 a.m. to the sound of hammering on the wall in the kitchen. It did also wake next door. I went downstairs and had to put the light on to see. The lump hammer stood upright on the worktop and no one in the kitchen. Off I went back to bed. This again woke the house up to more banging at both 2 and 3 a.m. Other people went down, both my nan and my mum went down again, and no one was there. When we started to clear the field up, we came across a lot of sandstone blocks.
some really big blocks. We ended up uncovering a house. This house was the original farmhouse. It was built in the 1600s and pulled down in the 1920s or 30s. Again, more stuff happened. My stepdad went out to his car one night to get some files out, and he came running in. He was really shaken up. He said he had seen a woman who was old. She had walked up the driveway about 50 yards, and he had his back turned to her as he thought it was my mum. He turned around and faced her. She was wearing a hood over her head and looked at him, bringing her head up, and disappeared in front of him. This was the first and not the last he and we saw of her. We would sometimes have the electric switch off at the mains, nothing tripped, or electrical appliances switch on. Mainly TVs, and the sound turned right up. This happened to me after coming home one night from work. Sat down for an hour, and as I got to the stairs, the TV came on and went to max volume. One day, this I think was 94 or 95, 2 women came to the house. This was something very strange. The house was set right back of the road, and the house was at the time a very quiet lane. One of them was from Geneva and came to visit her friend and sister and decided to come and see where she grew up and visit her granddad and nan's house. This was their house. She was shocked we had a new front door and that it was no longer boarded up. This is where things clicked. She stated her granddad kept the door shut and nailed because of her visitor. She would disappear behind him, in mirrors, or if he was walking around, just appear in front of him. She stated he did this to stop her coming into the house. We believe she lived in the old farmhouse. I myself saw her over the years, and so did other people. A friend of mine saw her when he was sitting on the fence on the driveway one night. I was going to my mum's and I told him I would pick him up from there. He walked from work as it was just down the road. When I got there, he refused to go into the house and wanted to go home. He was white. I thought he was ill. He looked like he'd seen a ghost. He said he saw an old lady walk along the trees on the side of the driveway. Some mist rolled along behind her, and when he called out to her, she stopped, looked at him, and proceeded to walk through the last tree and disappeared. I told him he just met the visitor, and she was harmless and must have been grumpy. It was her thing that she didn't like grumpy or angry people, and would show herself if you were. More things happened over the years, and not just with our house. I came home when I got to the gate. The gate to the field in front of the house slammed shut. It was not being used, and the farmer had been putting the new fence up. When I got to the next door, I could feel someone watching me. This was about 2 a.m. As I looked at their house, I saw a man in the window. He was wearing a bowler hat and waistcoat with a chained pocket watch. He was just staring out of the window. That did freak me out, and I ran into the house. Our dog would almost every night go out into the front garden, or even into the field and just start barking. No one was ever in the field, but we did learn that Oliver Cromwell's men stayed in the field before the big Battle of Winwick, 1648. The history, and also the fact that a Roman road that went through that field and across the road where the drive started, must have seen some stuff over the centuries. If you're familiar with US ghost hunting spots, you might have heard of the Copper Queen Hotel in Bisbee, Arizona. It's been open since 1902, and has been the subject of multiple paranormal investigations and shows. And there are supposedly 3 documented ghosts that inhabit it. That of a drowned child, a man in a top hat, and a forlorn prostitute. My boyfriend Coop and I decided on Saturday morning that we would take a trip to make up for a missed birthday. We had never gone on a real trip together, so we didn't plan it well/at all. We just realised we were about 1.5 hours from Bisbee and decided to book a hotel once we got there. We chose the Copper Queen because it's the most prominent hotel in the area, and it's right in the middle of everything. We weren't aware of its reputation as a paranormal hotspot. The room itself was old-looking, as to be expected with a hotel that old. Yellowing wallpaper, splintering wood floors, dim lighting. The locks on the door were pretty flimsy, and you had to actively yank it shut, or it would fall open again. We joked that it looked like the Tower of Terror. After a day of walking around, we came back to get changed. We heard a creaking noise, and I had Coop check under the bed, only half seriously, but I was still relieved that nobody was there. We grabbed a lighter and went out for a smoke, then came back, showered, watched TV for a little, and then turned out the lights. The moment we shut out the lights, there was a variety of clicks, creaks, and pops in odd patterns. It being an old room, and us being a logical couple, we figured it was the old fan or the wall-mounted AC. I was listening to the noises when I felt Coop freeze up next to me. "Is that you?" I responded, "No, that was the AC." "No, that. Seriously, is that you?" He asked what he meant and waited for a minute or so before asking again and again. Finally, he answered, "I was trying to listen. Babe, I hear someone breathing." We reasoned that it was the room next door and settled back into our pillows. And then I remembered. There wasn't another room on that side. Our room was the first on the landing, and the side we were closest to, the side Coop would have been able to hear, if at all, was the main staircase. Coop, being 21 years old, the boy is blessed with the ability to fall asleep within seconds. I could hear him snoring and his legs were over mine, but I was too anxious to sleep. I then felt the lightest tap on the top of the quilt, just next to my feet. I froze, but tried to reason to myself that Coop had twitched in his sleep, although his legs were still on top of mine. A few moments passed and I thought I'd imagined it, and then I felt a pinch and a tugging motion at the same area of the quilt. I woke Coop and demanded he checked under the bed. I was still reasoning that there was a non-supernatural explanation for the events, and it occurred to me that although we had checked before leaving for our walk, we hadn't checked after. The flimsy lock and the fact that the door was difficult to close made it seem likely that someone could have snuck in. Coop was too groggy to be useful, so I grabbed my phone, turned the flashlight on, and leapt as far from the bed as I could while crouching to check what was under it. Nothing. We were both a little freaked by this point and agreed to turn on the TV. Back on to drown out any weird noises. We turned on Futurama and settled back into bed for the third time. Again, Coop fell asleep within seconds. I was drifting off when I heard the audio on the TV. Cut somehow. It suddenly shifted tone to where it sounded like a grainy VHS instead of a streaming adult cartoon. I heard a woman saying something about a phantom, and then a blood-curdling scream from the TV. At this point, I was too scared to open my eyes, so I steadied my breathing and pretended to be asleep. That's the last event I could recall, and upon checking out the next day, the manager asked if we had experienced anything. That's when we googled the hotel and found out about its history of hauntings. So there it is. Nothing too crazy, but I've definitely never experienced anything like that before, and don't have an explanation besides the supernatural. When I was a teenager, a guy who everyone knew or knew of in my hometown died in a car accident. The car accident was the weirdest one I've ever heard of in my life. The driver was a well-known young man who was someone I'd call a beautiful soul. He was always kind and gentle to everyone and hugged everyone as much as possible. The day he died, it felt like there was suddenly a huge void in my hometown. To this day, I'm sad that this man has gone from the world. The car accident happened during the day on a sunny, warm day. He was driving the correct speed limit and was driving north out of town. He hadn't been drinking or doing drugs of any kind. He had 2 friends in the car with him, one in the passenger seat and one in the back. The friends stated they have no idea how it happened. All they knew was that he was driving and then suddenly the car flew off into a ditch and their friend was dead. The weirdest part was that he was the only one in the car who died. The other 2 passengers didn't even have a scratch. I went to his funeral, and I've never in my life seen such an outpouring of love and support from a community over someone who died. The church was completely full on the main floor, and the basement was completely full. Mourners were spilling out onto the sidewalk of this church, and there were still more people showing up. I still to this day cannot fathom how this man died like he did. The other weird thing was I went to leave flowers on his grave twice. The first time his grave was to the right and about 4 feet from a concrete drainage ditch, but the second time I went, I couldn't find it. So I asked at the office for the cemetery and was told, "Oh, it's over there." and they acted like it had always been there. The second location was to the left and 3 gravestones over from the first location his grave was. I've never went back because I couldn't handle it if the grave was in yet another place. For 13 years, I was a member of an amateur dramatics group. They had their own theatre that was built sometime in the 50s. It was built from a barn that was converted into tennis courts. Beneath the flooring, it still has the tennis courts. For a long time, members would tell me that the theatre was haunted, but they'd never share their stories. It's only recently that I've been having my own experiences there. I was there one day helping to build the set for the next production. It was just myself and another member. We would stay the whole day, listen to music through the system and work. He left to go to the shop, whilst I continued painting the flat. A few moments after he left, the music began to skip, old scratched CDs, and then cut out entirely. I wasn't bothered by this. His music taste wasn't to my liking anyway. Then I heard footsteps walking towards me on the other side of the flat that I was painting. The flooring at the back of the stage bounces when stepped on. I felt every step. The footsteps stopped when it got to me. I slowly put my paintbrush down and poked my head around the corner. I didn't see anything. Decided to stand outside and have a cigarette until the other member got back. Whilst outside, I heard a crash coming from inside the building. It sounded like a plank of wood falling. Reluctantly, I went back in to check on everything, and nothing was out of place. It was then that the music started up again. They found me outside chain smoking, roughly an hour afterwards. Another occasion I have, same situation. Me and another member are building the set, with only 2 people in the building. We'd just applied a coat of paint and are sitting, literally watching the paint dry. We heard a bit of wood move at the back left of the stage, and footsteps walk from left to right. It sounded as though they were dragging the wood along the floor behind them. They walked to the side of the stage and then disappeared. For someone to have entered the theatre and got to that section of the stage, they would have had to have come in through the door that myself and other members were sitting beside. We had been there all day, and there was no way someone could have hidden until then. One evening, we were rehearsing late. There were 4 actors, myself included, a lighting technician, and the director in the theatre. I feel I must say that only myself and the director were regular members of the theatre. The others were brought in, and this was their first rehearsal with us, hence the long hours. We were starting the scene with a complete blackout. However, one of the actors kept messing about, and we had to keep restarting the scene. I was seated stage right, facing stage left. Running along the back of the stage was a thick gauze curtain. The lights went off, but the curtain stayed lit up. I turned to see what it was, and realised it was the emergency exit sign behind the curtain. Normally, there's another dark curtain behind this one. As I looked, I noticed the silhouette of a lady in a dress on the curtain. The shadow was blurred and bigger than it should have been. I figured it must have been closer to the light source than the curtain. I told everyone to stay where they were, told the lighting technician to leave the lights off, and I went to investigate. The light was on a beam at least 10 feet above the stage. There were no walkways, and no way anyone could make shadow puppets in front of it. When I took my place back on the stage, I realised that the silhouette had gone. I turned to the director, who was staring at the curtain, and whispered, "Did you see that?" He nodded. I packed my things away and noped right out of there. I'm 23 now. This happened and started when I was 3 or 4. Everything that happened that night, I remember like it happened yesterday. The memory's so vivid and forever in my mind. The second floor of my house at the time was really just a small landing, with 3 bedrooms and a bathroom off of it. Immediately at the top to your right was my bedroom, the bathroom adjacent to the stairs, then my sister's bedroom and my parents' bedroom. My mum would put my sister and I to bed at 7 o'clock every night. I always had issues falling asleep as a kid, but would eventually drift off. My bedroom had a closet next to the door, and next to that, 2 windows with a dresser sitting between them. with my bed pushed against the wall at the foot end of the bed near the door. One night, not unlike any other, we're put to bed and I finally find sleep after a few hours of just laying there, only to wake again some hours later. It was about 2 or 3 in the morning. I rolled over to scan my room. I've always been afraid of the dark, so the room was lit up by a nightlight plugged in at the end of my bed. Standing in front of the window furthest from me near the closet, I saw what I thought at the time was an angel, quite literally glittering gold in front of my eyes, standing at least 7 feet tall, staring out the window. My movement must have grabbed its attention because immediately its head turned to look at me. There were no facial features except for a strong, defined jawline. Though faceless, it wasn't like a freaky faceless. At this point, I was more curious than afraid. Then it started to yell at me. It kept telling me to shut up, shut up. The yelling quickly turned to screaming and I freaked. I was one giant goosebump and I got up from bed, opened my door and looked into the lit hallway. My parents always left that light on at night in case my sister and I needed something or got scared in the middle of the night. Almost in slow motion, I noticed the air felt too still. Something was off. Before I could process anything, I took one step toward and out of the bathroom and shot this thing. It gets right in front of my face, screaming a blood-curdling scream that still echoes in my ears to this day. The face of this thing was just grey and sinister, eyes completely blacked out, skin cracked, no lips. Just a black, hollow hole with the screams coming from it. Long black hair flying around as if there was a fan behind it. I fucking lost it. I screamed so loud I could swear the entire house shook. I barged into my parents' room, tears streaming uncontrollably down my face. My mum looked scared and confused. My dad just terrified. I don't remember what happened after that. I'm sure I told my parents what happened and ended up sleeping with them for the next few weeks. Growing up, I asked my mum about that night and she explained how I barged in, crying, rambling off some story about an angel or something. Today, I don't know what the fuck I saw. My dad, on the other hand, never said much about it and instead started warning me to stay away from Ouija boards and told some freaky stories about stuff that happened to him. As my parents divorced, growing up things got worse with respect to what I was being exposed to. My dad would show me scary pop-up videos and play creepy music. I was 6 or 7 at this time. Safe to say, I hated going to my dad's because I thought whatever to me that night was somehow connected to him. Eventually, my mum remarried. We moved and things were okay. Then I decided to stop seeing my dad completely, for more unrelated reasons. I was 9 years old at this time. That's when things started again. The air was ridiculously heavy all the time. I hated sleeping in my room. I always felt like there was something at the end of my bed just watching me. I tried to ignore it. For 9 years, constantly living in fear. We moved out of that house to somewhere around the corner once my mum and stepdad divorced. That way, we wouldn't have to switch schools. I was about to graduate high school, and my sister still had 1 more year. I still had access to the old house, as my ex-stepdad still lived there. They were using my old bedroom for storage and always kept the blinds closed, as had I when living there. One morning, when everyone in my old house was at work, my friend and I decided to sesh in the garage quickly. We had the okay from my ex-stepdad to do this, as long as we weren't driving anywhere afterward, obviously. We walked through the front door, through the foyer to the garage and got settled. I could already feel the extra 10 pounds on my chest, and I really wanted to make this quick. I had previously spoken with my friend about what I was feeling in this house, as we had been friends for years at this point, but never gave him much context. What happened when I was a kid? Not even 5 minutes into our sesh, we heard the footsteps. Above the garage is my old bedroom. My entire body went cold. My friend immediately looked at me. We waited another second and heard them again, this time like a stomp type running around the room. We said fuck it, packed up and got the hell out. I locked up and walked down the driveway completely freaked, trying to push the 1,000 thoughts running through my mind out of my head. Then my friend let out a tiny shriek. I turned back and immediately asked her what's wrong. They were doing some work. I thought she would have stepped on a rogue nail. Horror was written across her face, and I looked up at the window, but the blinds were closed. I asked her again what was up. She said for whatever reason, she felt like she needed to look up at my old bedroom window. She said the blinds were open, and in the window, looking down on us, was, and I quote her words, this thing. It had black hair, black eyes, cracked skin, and just a hollow black hole for a mouth. What the fuck? She said this so fast, terror oozing out of every word she was saying, and then she burst into tears. So did I. I was too freaked to tell her what happened when I was a kid, and I didn't want to freak her out more. I suggested that we get the hell out of there. Since then, nothing's happened. I recently travelled to Rome, specifically the Vatican, and got a blessed St. Michael pendant for extra measure, seeing as whatever it was followed me in silence throughout the years. The thing hasn't bothered me, other than showing up in a very specific nightmare I've had every 8 to 10 years since my first experience. If this thing is still on my tail, I'll be due for a nightmare within the next year. My grandpa passed away 10 years ago from complications with COVID and pneumonia. He was 67 and very healthy, and we were extremely close. Now, most of these strange coincidences, take them as you want, but personally, I feel they're from him. I'm going to go in order. The night he passed, I was obviously very devastated. Me and my boyfriend were laying in bed and had a candle lit next to us on the end table. And every time I said pappy in a sentence, as that's how I referred to him, I thought the flame on the candle was moving, and so I mentioned it to my boyfriend, and we both looked over, and the flame was completely still. I said, pappy? And the flame started wiggling like crazy. We tested after and tried to blow in the direction from where we were laying, shook the bed, and nothing was moving that flame. So that was interesting. This has happened 2 more times since. My grandma told me that when red cardinals are here, angels are near. And for reference, I've lived in the apartment I live in since November, and have never seen a red cardinal outside, and now I've seen them like crazy. I've also frequently looked out the windows while I listen to music and talk on the phone, which is a lot. One day, I was just seeing a ton of red birds, and I told my boyfriend I think they're from my grandpa, and he was debating with me if it was. Well, my grandpa was big into motorcycles, and I've never heard a motorcycle in this apartment complex before. And as we were debating, we heard a motorcycle pull in one of the streets right outside our balcony, where I was seeing the birds. Another weird coincidence. This one is just but almost every time I'm crying and talking about him, I look at the clock and it's like 5:55 or 12:12, like a sequence of numbers, and I think it's just weird. This was 2019 October, right before the pandemic hit. I had recently started a new job, but the office was 3 hours away from my home. So my friend sublet his studio apartment to me just 40 minutes away from my office. I planned to stay in the studio 3 days a week and would commute to my other home with my husband the rest of the days. Very tiring. So this studio was locked for almost a year at this point, hence I cleaned it every evening till midnight after coming back from the office. The first week was very exhausting and dirty, so I paid no attention to any oddities, but still would feel panic and anxiety as the night grew. By the end of the second week, the house was almost set, and this particular night I was done before midnight. So I finished dinner, lit a smoke, and sat on the couch facing the front door that was open. The studio was on the first floor, and between 2 other studios. Both of my neighbours used to work the night shift and lived alone. So as I'm puffing away, pondering on the day's events, a cardboard box full of books laid next to the door goes up an inch and drops right in front of my eyes. My logical side of the brain says maybe something was stuck under it, hence the box moved. So I decided to roll up a joint and observe if something else happens. As soon as I'm stoned and relaxed, I hear music, laughter, running and chatting in the apartment left to me. Now this is a Thursday night, so I peep to check if I missed someone walking past my door to my neighbours, and I see a dark end of the alley and no one home. I chalk it up to me being stoned and sit on the couch again. Now another 5 minutes pass, and the party gets louder. But the running is now from my left wall to the ceiling, and then to my right wall. And this goes on. By this point, it's 1:30 a.m, and I have office the next morning. But I find no courage to go to bed, as there's this heaviness inside the apartment. Panic and anxiety are all over me, but I don't see a reason for it. Just party noise, you see. Finally, I puff another joint, say out loud, "You want a party? Go ahead, I have an office. I'll sleep." Tired, scared, I passed out with the bathroom lights on. Next, I feel in the darkness someone sitting on me, a young guy. And right in front of the bathroom and to my right, a girl standing. You guessed it, sleep paralysis intensely. The guy is laughing and the girl is asking him to stop. I'm struggling to wake up, but when I give up struggling, I wake up to see the time to be 4:30 a.m. At this point, I jump, switch on all the lights, and call the friend who sublet his house, fully furnished. As he picks up, I say, "How do I get rid of the sleep paralysis?" I knew his history of sleep paralysis in the same house. He told me to find the iron dagger under the bed and place it under my pillow. I did and felt some peace, but no sleep. The next day, there was no sleep paralysis, but I felt them both lurking around the small studio with odd sounds of things moving, or lights flickering. I got so pissed as I was going through a lot with the commute, new office and reaching late and barely any sleep. I made a deal with them both. I sat down on the couch and openly spoke. "I understand this is your home, and you want me here. I don't want me here, so 3 days in the week I'll come and sleep here. Push me out 8 a.m. every day to the office, and you can have the house to yourselves." I finished my smoke, removed the dagger, and slept off. The next incident is of sleep paralysis, and I see someone pushing me from my bed to close the door, and the door shuts behind me loudly. The sound wakes me up, and I check the time, it's 8 a.m. This dream went on for 2 months, and 8 a.m. sharp every day without fail. Then the pandemic hit, and I came back home, vacating the studio. Sweet, mischievous couple they were. Thanks to them, I reached the office right on time for the next 2 months. Also, one night my husband tried to surprise me, and I did the same to him. We ended up in the opposite homes for the night. My husband is a skeptic, so I didn't tell him about the dagger to experiment if it was my head or not. They did the same to him, and he said he saw the guy sitting on him and the girl standing there. My dog was super scared and alert throughout. (2009 to 2010). When I met the woman who would later become my wife, we started renting a small house within the city limits. I was in the process of beginning a new job, and circumstances prevented me from staying in the house with her for the first week. Each morning, we'd talk on the phone during my drive to work. She explained to me each morning that she had struggled to sleep the previous night. She described sounds that were keeping her awake, i.e., someone running through the house, objects falling off the kitchen counter, doors slamming. After 3 days, I made arrangements to go ahead and move in with her. I was convinced that someone was breaking in and harassing her. She was convinced, however, that she was sharing the house with a ghost. I took off work the 3rd day. It took me about 8 hours to get everything moved in. I was taking a break on our bed, still fully dressed, when I felt something or someone tugging my pant leg. I remained motionless, hoping it would happen again. After a few seconds, it did happen again, much more aggressively this time. I felt a hand firmly placed on my leg. Just before it grabbed my jeans and started pulling. She was on the bed next to me, and no one else was with us. We had no pets, as it wasn't allowed. I immediately started having the same experiences throughout the night, as she had described over the phone. It was like someone was destroying our kitchen, but nothing was ever out of place. There was running, as she described, which sounded like a smaller person, perhaps a child. I woke up one night to someone standing next to my bed. I heard giggling. Then the individual bolted out of the room as I turned my head. It was too dark to notice any features. Over the course of 8 months, many unusual things happened. To make a long story short, I'll skip ahead to my last experience and perhaps the most frightening. I was alone in the house, waiting to join an online seminar. I was sitting on my couch with my laptop on the coffee table ahead of me. I heard the back door slam shut, and a person began running quickly through the house. These footsteps were heavier, and this person was moving quickly. Given the design of our small house, this person was running in my direction. I shot up and ran out of the house. I didn't stop until I reached the street. That's where I remained until my wife returned. As I was standing by the street, I was looking back into the house. A balloon from a recent party made its way from the kitchen into my bedroom. Then back into the kitchen moments later. It felt like I was watching someone search for me, going room to room, all while holding this balloon. This was the last thing that happened to us. It stopped after that. We continued living there for another 4 years. I'd give anything to experience it again. I tried to be less afraid, and I'd approach the situation more analytically. My wife, on the other hand, was never afraid of it. Unfortunately, my wife passed away a few years ago. I know she would have enjoyed sharing her story here. I still drive by the house occasionally, and no one has ever moved in. I can't explain my experience in one sentence. Backstory. I met my fiancé about 9 years ago. His family is rather religious. His grandmother was a pastor. I've known his family a lot longer than him, which is how we met. I was used to the normal stuff when it comes to religion and faith. I grew up in the south. My family isn't that religious though. We go to church on Easter kind of thing, you know. About 3 years into our relationship, I wanted to get more serious about my faith and my relationship with God, so I was baptised. This, like a lot of young people I know, didn't stop me from doing what I wanted to do and fully embed myself in the book. Fast forward about 3 years later, we moved into a townhouse and my fiance's grandmother became extremely sick. She's had health problems for years, but things came to a head. I was close with his grandmother. Anyone who crossed her path grew to love her. She had a very bright and stern spirit about her. She'd meet people and read them like a book without them saying a word. We were around almost every day in the last days, and she would say she could see things. People standing around her bed. A little boy would run under her bed and hide, and a man would visit her dressed in a gown with a cage on his head, holding a lantern. I had heard about people who were passing to be able to see others in the realm, but I was a skeptic. I believed in ghosts because I had a small experience I couldn't explain, but this was a little out of my mind. One day while at home, we received a phone call that Grandma was non-responsive, and her breathing was becoming shallow, so we rushed over. She was in her bed and the family was surrounding her praying. After about an hour, everyone out to get food and other things, trying not to miss her passing. Me and her granddaughter stayed with her to watch. As soon as everyone was out of the room, she took a final breath. I should tell you I've never witnessed anyone pass in my life. I wasn't scared, almost sad, but happy for her peace. I also feel like she waited until those who couldn't handle it were out of the room. We made sure we covered the mirrors, and that was it. About a week after the funeral, I felt strange. I would have dreams at first, vivid nightmares about shadows. Then I would see them while awake. Just glimpses, but I would catch them. I ignored them and thought it was just me. Then I'd have visions of his grandmother around the house taunting me, but her face would be evil, and she'd never speak. Just peek around corners laughing at me. I myself started to feel strange. I'm a very empathetic person. If someone hurts, I hurt. But people would sob to me about really sad problems and I felt nothing. It was like a black hole in me. I told my boyfriend and he brushed it off. He was of course still grieving, so I didn't want to tell him how bad it was. I even got into a fist fight with a friend of mine who I've known since middle school. Me and this girl had never even had an argument. So not knowing what else to do, I turned to the Bible. Now I said my boyfriend is rather religious, so we kept an open Bible in almost every room in the house. I remember reading the book of Job one night and coming to him and questioning everything I was reading. I was questioning God. My boyfriend looked at me and said, "Let's go pray." The next part, I'll explain as much as I remember. We went downstairs to the living room. He grabbed the Bible, we stood in front of it. I believe he was in the book of Romans. He got to the part that says, "Jesus is my Lord and Saviour," and told me to repeat it. I couldn't. Like I physically couldn't. It was like something tied a rope to my tongue and was pulling on it. I looked at him and in a shaky voice I told him I can't. So he grabbed my arms and prayed harder. My arms where he was holding me were on fire. It felt like someone took a match to my arms. I started screaming and told him he was burning me, and I asked him to stop, but he kept going. That's when I blacked out. When I came to, I was on the floor in tears and throwing up. Then a black sort of cloud came out of my mouth. It formed a shape of a figure, and my boyfriend opened the door and told it to get out. It basically flew out the door. I watched it leave. The air became clean. I felt lighter, but this still scared the shit out of me. It turned out he had been holding and fighting with me for about 2 hours. It felt like 5 minutes. As I said, I was a skeptic. I believed in ghosts, but I'd never really witnessed a possession, and never would have thought it would be my own. I did my research since, and have received some clarity. What I think happened is when his grandmother passed, doors were opened that we don't see, of course, and something came through, and the nearest thing it inhabited was me. Hence why the family covered the mirrors so she couldn't get confused and believed the mirror was a door and trapper or something else would go in it. I also believe my boyfriend was put in my life for a reason. This might be a trigger since religion itself is a trigger. I personally believe we're more spiritual than religious because I believe there's a difference. Also, I learned that you don't have to believe in the devil for him to still know you.